let me just also have a quick view of what we're going to do today, because as you know, the Taqdeer Awards, we're starting our new cycle this year, despite all what's happening. But to be honest, we faced a lot of challenges before, even to really confirm this cycle will be running as Taqdeer was a lot of efforts put in, because in the, remember March, April, there's a lot of uncertainty happening earlier. So luckily at the Taqdeer office really going forward, and also many companies showed interest and support despite all this difficult time. So we're really kind of happy for that. And of course, our assessors, we get always those good support and response from our lovely friends and assessors. So we're quite happy for that as well. And today what we will do is, as usual, I do prepare presentations, but I think we'll be very flexible in our session today. So some part we will will discuss, but I would like to have much more involvement and engagement with the team, because we have been doing Taqdeer for a few cycles now, and a lot of lessons learned, a lot of good practice can be shared by our experienced assessors team. And of course, many challenges also has been faced in the previous cycles, sometimes due to various reasons. So we're saying the reason for most of the assessors joining this award, one is because this award is a kind of a special thing that touches people's hearts, touches that's many people's lives as well. We want to make a difference. That's the most reason many assessors joining. And then the other reason many assessors joining, because of this learning and sharing experience, that was a part of the motivation as well. So, and then of course, everyone, we want to put our efforts to make it a meaningful and enjoyable experience after all. And of course, it has to kind of produce the right output that really going back to the companies and for them to improve. So that's why in today's session, we will go quickly over the criteria and those, just to have a reminder of the people. I know many of you are busy, many of you are involved in different awards, and sometimes, we need a little reminder in our lives to divert us back to this award criteria and the focus of that. Then today we'll be doing a lot of engagement. I understand that, from this virtual world, we don't have really the interaction as much as we usually do. So today we will use digital tools to help us to be more interactive. And so have your smartphone or smart device or whatever the thing ready, because we will be using some kind of interaction, and your input will be valued. So, okay. Then let's carry on. I hope everybody having an energetic morning like I do, and we will start our session today. So during the presentation, we will have a lot of interactions. So right now during the presentation, maybe you can silence your microphone in case of background noise. And when we start our discussion on those, then you can definitely switch on. Yeah. Then also this year, what we did, we based on the past experience, we collected a lot of questions and answers. So we developed something called frequent asked questions. Some of those questions from the company side, some from the assessor side. These are the ones we collected, and they are already published there as well. So you will be able to see some of the things that, if any unclarity or sometimes even unique situations that assessors team in the past has faced, some of those are covered as well. So hopefully by the end of today's session, that all the any kind of doubt in your mind will be cleared, any kind of question you might have will be answered, and also any concern will be discussed throughout the session. So in this case, I will not really take more time. We will just start straight away to the presentation of today. Yeah. And can you all see the screen? If there's any issue, you can always, remind me or note for me as well. And then also, because our today's session is maybe in between we may have 5 minutes break. So and I think maybe around 11:45 or 11:50, someone give me a note if I'm carry on, forget about the time. Let's have 5 minutes break, maybe 5 to 12, let's have a break. Then we come back 12 o'clock. So can we have one timekeeper? Hari Harang, can you be my timekeeper if you don't mind? Yeah, perfect, perfect. So this way we will start our session. Okay, now these, yes, go ahead, yes.
Yeah, just a quick question.
Yeah, sure.
I tried to download the PDF presentation. I was able to download, but the other manual, I'm not able to download it.
Yeah, I don't have that either. It was a shared link. It was a version, Arabic, English, they translated. You can always view online though, this one. Okay. You mean the third one? Yeah, don't worry about that. Yeah. So because English usually is the one we're doing. Yeah. These are the ones just for reference. The, you know, in case why you want to refer back to the criteria and those details. No major changes there. But what we did instead of the, remember in the very old days, we get a booklet with all this little text. But here we're trying to emphasize and giving some advice like we do in other words, what might be assessors look for and things like that, which can help some of the assessors, especially the new ones, it might be useful. So these are reference, you can access anytime on that. Yeah. Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
So these are the ones that if you want to take a picture of this, scan it, it's fine. You can directly go there, or the same link I also shared in our group chat. So in the group chat, you should be able to see the link. Let's start with what we would cover today. We'll quickly cover the framework criteria, and we will get a little bit involvement from all the teams by this, you know, interaction via the smart digits or digital devices. Then we talk about the assessment reporting. Then we may have a very little practice just to make sure we warm up and everybody have similar understanding. Finally is the award frequent asked questions. Frequent asked questions published there, you can review, you can read through, but I might highlight, for the time allowed, I might highlight a few things that I think may be commonly useful for the assessors to be aware. Now let's start with the most important thing most people will ask. What are the timeline is like in this year's schedule? So this will help you to plan accordingly. So what is important for our assessors, it's mostly in the bottom part of those green boxes. So the submission for the companies will come in around the middle of September. And based on that, the team and the document organized and all this. So I would imagine towards maybe 3rd or 4th week of September, we'll start forming the assessors teams. And assessors team also will be forming, depends on the number of companies coming in, and some team may carry more than one companies if necessary, depends on how it goes. Then most of the action based on our past experience, most likely in October or end of September, once you receive the application, you will be focusing on the desktop assessment. Then this year, as we all know, the situation is still not very clear with the, you know, the current pandemic. So this year, the site visits, we would decide towards maybe by beginning of October, we'll see is this site visit will be done safely when we do like usual years to go face-to-face to the organization, go to the labor camp, to go those places. Is that safe for our assessors? Because your health is very important and safety. Or should this year we do virtual through this kind of virtual meeting with the companies? Or should we do a combination? Maybe half virtual with the management team, maybe physical site visits to a certain part. So this situation, one is come to maybe end of September, beginning of October, we will have a little bit more clarity. And based on that, whatever the decision the award office decides, I will communicate with the teams accordingly. So this is something will be slightly different than the previous years, that the physical site visits situation may be a little bit different. Then, of course, most likely October to November, this is the period the site visit will be carried out, depends on the agreements and the dates with the company assigned. Then the submission of of your final report, and those will be in late November, early December. So this is what will be most likely the schedule. And if there's any changes or any difference, I will always keep everyone notified. Now, the award ceremony this year will be currently is planned in the beginning of January, and also the award office are plan A and the plan B. The plan A, that if things not doing well, maybe we have to do virtual. They are having some company doing that. If it goes well, we may go to the physical like we do every year, or even combination. So again, they will let us know probably towards December. So this is more or less the time. So which means that between October and November, it's mostly the actual assessment will be carried on. Some team may carry on one company, some other teams may carry on more than one company, depends on the availability and their time as well. So let's just go quickly back to our criteria. For the members, I think many of you already participated before in the award, and many of you has been participating in multiple cycles of the award. So this is no alien to you at all. And I don't need to explain on the general points, anything like that. So we will go directly to the actual criteria, sub-criteria, just to give a little bit reminder of ourselves. And these are the things that we will be assessing the companies based on. However, I want to just to maybe remind everyone that the difference between Taqdeer awards, when it's compared to all the other awards or business excellence awards, innovation award, all the other awards, or some of the human resources award, here our focus is all about the laborers themselves, the workers, the frontline employees, the blue collar employees in the organization. They are the hearts of our awards. We are not there really to say this HR department is the best HR department. But here we are really looking at, is this organization or the company really looking after their employees, especially with the focus of those labor category of employees. So whatever the criteria or the criteria elements we are assessing, please keep that in mind in our hearts. Then also, whenever we look at the criteria, we're trying to maybe understand this, a few things we need to understand. One is, what is the essence really behind this criteria? What is really Taqdeer office trying to emphasize in this case? Then the second thing also we need to keep in mind, what kind of company is this? Is this company that's in the construction industry? Is this company from manufacturing industry? Is this a service company? They are different based on their business requirement, based on their industry practice and norm. So we have to have that keep in mind. We cannot judge them the same way we judge, in example, a government entity, or we're judging them the same way that as a company has all these annual government funding and those things. So we have to be really thinking of, this is the business that they are running, and these are the people doing all these things to look after their labor force. So when we talk about the sub-criteria 1.1, which is labor policies and strategies, here we're covering 5 sub-elements. So this 50 points is spread over equally on these 5 sub-elements. And I will go directly to the elements. This probably will help. So when we talk about equal opportunities, when we talk about policy and strategies in this sense, these are about the company. Do they have the suitable or the right policies, procedures, and necessary regulations or guidelines in place that ensure equal opportunity is applied throughout the organization in various areas? That could be in the recruitment, could be in the salaries and benefits, could be the potential for training, career progress, and other area that the employee would that should have treated equally, despite, no matter whether they are from different gender, different nationality, etc. And this year also, there's one thing we need to keep in mind. During the awareness session with the companies, also we encourage them to share their good practices, which they did in relation to the pandemic or the COVID-19 situation. So we want the companies to highlight their actual relevant experience and practices they do in the area of preventing or fighting the COVID-19. So in this case, sometimes we may see that they highlight certain things, or during our site visit, we might ask certain questions that in the previous cycle we did not focus on. So if this company compared to other companies, they are having extra efforts in the area of COVID-19 and all this, then we will also, the team need to give them extra points for that. So this is what also differentiates us from the current cycle compared to the previous cycle, taking into account these very unique 2020 challenges for the organizations. So now the second part, the forced labor, this is again, we are talking about the organization should have a policy, a system, and ensure the practice in their day-to-day business are really preventing forced labor practice. So here means that employees are not forced to do the work due to various reasons. Could be the punishment, could be the threat, could be that you force them to do the job that they are not really assigned to, or you force them to carry out overtime all the time. So things like that, we need to ensure the organization do not have such a practice. And also from our past experience, many companies also notice that people sometimes accumulated a lot of debts in order for them to come to this country, so-called paying a lot of recruitment fees. Then this way also a lot of times that they have no option, and they wouldn't dare to really to say, sorry, I should not do this job, I should not really to take such activities which is totally beyond my capability and beyond my responsibility. So these are the things we talk about when we talk about the forced labor. I'm going quickly here because these are the things you're already familiar. I'm just trying to remind you of a little things here and there. And when we talk about the third sub-elements, the labor rights and duties, the focus here really is about, does the worker fully aware his rights based on the country's labor law, as well as the organization and the contracts or his job requirements? And is he fully aware also about his duties towards the employer, which is the company? So here it's really about this organization or this company we are assessing, do they have the right policies in place to ensure that laborers are fully aware of their rights and duties, and they have a way to communicate to the employees in a way that they understand that. So here there are various things. It could be that sometimes they may have job descriptions or job specifications, but we have to keep in mind that employees, they are not all very well educated, fully understanding those. So maybe there are clear explanation has to be done to the employees, so they will understand that. Then one of the questions, sample question that the assessors might ask during the pandemic, one of the questions could, what impact did the COVID-19 or the pandemic had on your labor policy and strategies? Did you have anything that you modified or newly introduced to address this thing? So for example, here, labor rights and duties, maybe they have to educate their employees about their additional responsibilities when it's come to prevention, when it's come to ensure that they themselves will be more taking care of the hygiene, more concerning about if you have any symptoms or potential symptoms, immediately reporting, so to ensure that everyone is staying safe in the workplace and in the accommodation. So things like that might become the extra questions we might ask the organization if it's related to their business and their practice. Then once come to corporate social responsibility, the CSR part, this CSR, we are not really trying to assess in this company, are they a ISO 26000 compliant company? Here, the CSR objective of here is really we said, look into the core, the essence of it, is that this organization has kind of a social events and activities, as well as involving their employees, laborers, and those into those activities in a structured way. So that's where the essence of the the corporate social responsibilities. So here, the things that the companies might submit in their application could be the policies, could be their plans. Maybe they have a certain budget to funding their CSR projects and activities. There could be the communication and involvement of their employees to carry out those activities. So the employees are not really forced to do certain things without knowing why are they doing that. And some good companies, they not only taking part of the local community contribution in events and activities, they even go beyond to the community where their own labor force coming from, whether they are in India, whether they are in Nepal, whether they are in Philippines and different countries. So one of the questions might be relevant when we talk about corporate social responsibility, if we want to, engage or asking more during the site visit, could be what guidelines or, any guidelines were issued to your laborers to prevent the spread of COVID-19 throughout the community or throughout your immediate community. So these are the things that might be addressed in the area of corporate social responsibilities. Finally, the last sub-element of criteria 1.1 is the labor code of conduct. Here, as we already experienced, in most of companies, they already have this in place, whether it's called code of conduct, code of ethics, and sometimes part of their corporate policy, corporate HR system or regulation. So here we're talking about, does this organization or company have a dedicated proper code of ethics and conduct where they communicate it to the employees, and all the employees, their behavior and conduct should be aligned or compliant with such code. And then in here, we might also make sure that, or the organization need to make sure that those information should be communicated to the employee in the relevant language through the relevant channels that's suitable for everyone to understand. So in this case, the company may show you their code of conduct, and they may also tell you that in case of people breach such a code, what will be the consequences will be. So far, in 1.1, we are covering 5 sub-elements. Now, by the way, if I'm going too fast or too slow, please do let me know, because we are return assessors. We are not first-time assessors. I'm not going deep at all. I'm just quickly touching on the things, just give you a reminder of those areas. Now, I want you to remember we talked about the criteria 1, we're covering the first one, which is labor policies and strategies. Now I want you to have your smartphone or device ready. If you can just scan this QR code, or you can use the link which I shared earlier in our group. That's just in case if anyone come late, I'm not sure if they can access the group chat. Let me go there. Okay, so this is the link that you can click on. You will be able to see the, have you seen that? You will be able to connect to the online poll system. Can you all do that if you don't mind? Now I think it's the time that to have a little bit feedback.
So are we to download the app?
You don't need to download. When you click on it, will open automatically. So example, in my case, if I just open my phone, scan it, it will pop up a link. I just go there, it will open up something like this.
I scanned the QR code. It is asking me to download the app. GoFunVip.com.
Ibisab, instead just go in the chat box. There is a link there.
Yeah, the chat box, the group chat, there's a link. You click on that.
Please suggest best practices in the professional assessment feedback writing. Is that a question?
Yes.
It is asking me to put my name.
Okay, put your name so that at least we will know who is whom. Yeah, just write your name and you will enter straight away. You don't need to just download
your name
the
and continue.
Exactly.
Just tell me what to do.
Okay.
Then it says
just ignore that. Turn on notifications, correct?
correct?
Yeah. Okay. So this is the link that you can click on. You will be able to see the question. You don't need to download the application. Exactly. Okay.
Notification, turn on notifications, correct?
You can decide you want to turn on or no on, up to you, no problem.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no problem.
Then enter a response.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Okay.
Now you should see something on your phone or device or computer. Same question as we're showing on the screen here. Can you see that? Yes,
correct.
please.
Yes.
So I'm facing some issue because it's not allowing me. Can you resend me the invite? So I'll try to open on my laptop, because in mobile again it's saying it's blocked. It's blocked.
Blocked?
I tried with the meeting ID also, but I'm not able to. So this also, I put my name and email ID, but after that it got blocked. It's not allowing to go to next step. It's saying
you talk about the Zoom, or you talk about this
poll.
Huh?
I'm not able to do it. It's saying the email ID not authorized, something like that.
Did you register, Neetu? Did you register?
Yeah, account
for
not found, it's telling.
I mean, you registered for the session, right? For the Zoom session today.
I got the confirmation.
You got the confirmation. You click on the link, it does not take you to the meeting?
No, from laptop it's not allowing for some reason. From mobile it's allowing. But the poll I'm not able to do from mobile also.
The poll you can also, can you do the poll online with other, I think any other device as well, you can do that.
Neetu, you're clicking on the link which is on the chat?
Yeah, I'm clicking there. No,
because it does not ask for the email address, it just asks for the name.
Yeah, I don't know why it asked me the name, and after that it asks email, and then it's saying it's unauthorized. So
unauthorized? Do you have some security setting or something? Because this first time, to be honest, we never had this problem. Anyone technical can help? I'm not sure.
No problem, you carry on. I'll try to fix that issue by then.
Yes, please. Yeah, perfect.
So I've answered the question.
Yeah.
So
you can
what should we do now?
Look at the screen here, the presentation. Whatever the questions answered will be shared here overall. So we are asking, yeah.
I submitted my answer, but it is not appearing here.
Really?
Okay, it is there, okay.
Yeah, it may be sometimes take time, yeah.
No, it is there.
Okay. So let's have a quick look maybe at what we have here. The reason we are asking you to, one is to really for us to avoid those kind of potential mistakes or be aware what kind of challenges that we may face during the assessments when it comes to this particular 5 key elements under the labor policy and strategies. Can we, one second, Let me have to write the statement, evidence and observation. By the way, right now, when we talk about this kind of interaction, you can have your mic on, by the way. And whenever maybe when I click here, when I click on something, it will be enlarged. I think everybody can see on the screen, right? So this way, maybe we select a few, we may not go on every single one. So let's have a quick ones. We're saying that we should not assume things, that we need to look at the evidence and actual practice, absolutely. And this is applied to all criteria in a way. Going by the HI saying better to see the policy and strategy, also check if they are reviewing the same and updating. Okay, very good. So here we want to see the actual HR policy systems or documents which they use as the evidence submitted. Responsible staff not available for the assessment document, the evidence not available with. What does this mean? Response staff not available for the assessment? Some challenges in this case, maybe just keep in mind, we not audit, we are assessment, but here I think that the concern is that when we do the site visits, those response people not there, not giving people to, we have an interaction or verify things with it. Maybe that's one of the challenges. The area of improvement comply with the company compatible with that. Okay. Yeah, when we highlight area for improvement, when we're assessing these criteria or sub-criteria elements, we need to make sure those are relevant to the company. We do not just say something that contradicts with the actual application of the company or the evidence they provide, or contradicting with ourselves sometimes, that we say this is strings, brilliantly doing that. At the same time, we are in the area of improvement saying exactly the same thing, but as a negative point totally. Okay. The challenge is area to find separate policy structure related to the labor force. It can be, okay. That's very valid too. In this case, because policies and those usually are as a corporate policy. So in the area of these are okay, because when you call the code of conduct, these are corporate code of conduct. When you talk about example, non-discrimination, these are corporates, that is fine. Certain area they have to be more emphasized on the labors, but overall, especially in the criteria 1, which is the fundamentals, a lot of those are corporate, which are fine as well. Okay. Okay. Check for policies, right, which is support blue collar employees. Yes, that's a good one. If if we have things that they more focusing on blue collar employees, that would be great. If it's not, let's look at at least their corporate policies, systems, and those. Not to confuse with business strategies. Absolutely, this is totally true. We remember the heart of the entire Taqdeer world is the laborers themselves, the welfare, taking care of them. We're not talking about their business strategy, how to go to market, how to the expansion, how this. No, this is not our concern when it comes to this. So if you want to say here the focus really about labor policies, that's also okay in a way. But absolutely, I agree. One of the challenges about the organization not clearly inform the workers about the policies. Absolutely, the communication parts, that's true. Focus on criteria, clarity. Yes, do not confuse, do not mix things from this area to the other. Responsible activities are not clearly understood. The responsibilities of activities are not clearly understood. The misunderstanding the assessment format, criteria, miscommunication. Okay, to ensure that the assessor is not simply on face value. Okay, evidence-based. We want to make sure that what they're saying is actually they are doing in their organization. Very good. By the way, this is just to warm up, but you see what we are doing, right? So this is today's format. We will going through the criteria quickly. Then we will advise ourselves and sharing our, common know-how and experience that once come to this specific criteria, what are the potential assessment challenges or the mistakes we assessors might do so we can avoid those. So this is the objective of our kind of feedback engagement part for today. And of course, we have seen some of the challenges are cross-board for all kind of criteria elements, such as they should be evidence-based. It should be, we should be able to see kind of some kind of practice they have in place. Okay, we'll move on to the next slide now. If you're all comfortable, this is how we're going to go around. Go by for today's thing, yeah? The second part, the facilities and the infrastructure. This area, we are covering 50 points, but this is focused on 3 key elements. The labor housing, the recreation and entertainment facilities, and finally the transportation services this company providing for their employees. So once come to the labor accommodation, what are the things that we assessors we might look for once come to accommodation? We listed on the right in the yellow color a lot of things that commonly found throughout different labor camps. However, each company may have slightly different things, depends on their own organization and their own services. In here also about labor accommodation, the essence of this criteria elements is really to ensure that the company provide their workers or the employees with suitable and adequate accommodation, that's taking care of their well-being and make sure they have a comfortable living space after work. So this is what is about. And of course, to provide such a accommodation facilities, they have to ensure they have the proper lighting, proper space where the employee actually going to stay in, or the living space. Then they may have do they have the proper, at least the basic furniture fixtures in place? How about their bathrooms, and do they have enough shower rooms so people don't queue 3 hours in order to take a shower? Do they have some kind of laundry services? Some company, they provide the full laundry service. Some company, they provide the washing machine and washing facilities. So depends on the organization practice. Prayer rooms, lockers, and the medical rooms, etc. And then, of course, one thing very important, like the fire protection, safety, and now with the current 2020 unique situation, the pest control or the disinfection for the place, these are all proper measures the company may need to take. So one of the potential questions assessors may ask could be, what preventive measures did your organization or company take to prevent the spread of the virus in your labor accommodation, right? As we may know, that in the recent news, if you look at Singapore example, they have been controlling the overall the COVID-19 situation was doing well, but suddenly their labor camp started to have a lot of cases, and that really spread. So this is where the special, we call it the 2020 unique situation we may look into. Then also this year, we will have some companies, they are the expo contractors. So we understand that for Expo, in order to be qualified to work on Expo projects, Expo themselves having a kind of a certain standard, a list for the company to comply with. And usually their standards a little bit stricter than the common standard that the general companies are complying. So I also listed here with a link that may be useful for you to look at if you want to look at the accommodation thing. But generally, these are the information. However, please do keep in mind, whatever we suggest here in our presentation, what the assessors might look for, whatever the highlights sometimes in the yellow colors on the side, these are not checklists only. These are the things we suggest. So it does not mean that this company missing one item in one area that they must be bad. Or this company, we have to look really into this company, their own business context, and why do they do that? Then we will be able to assess accordingly. Yeah. So accommodation, then of course, when we talk about the living space, we also talking about the recreational entertainment facilities. In this case,
may I come in?
Yes.
May I come in for a moment, if you don't mind?
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, one of the issues that we faced in the last 2 years is companies which are in JAFSA.
Okay.
And they provide accommodation in the JAFSA camp for their workers.
Inside, okay.
Right. So now, at that point in time, a very common response is there is very limited things that we can do because the workers are in the JAFSA camp, and our responsibility ends with that. So that is something that we heard mentioned frequently. At which point in time, what we did was to see what they did beyond what JAFSA provided.
So
there are certain facilities the company can provide in the JAFSA camp, especially for their own workers, which go beyond what JAFSA provides.
Yeah, so it's like we have a restriction that this is what the standard one we got, which we have to put our people in. However, as a responsible company, we do extra for our employees. So ideally, we do some improvement. That's true. Because that's why we're talking about the company special situation. They say we have a constraint which we cannot, like other companies, really moving them too far away or outside, which causing maybe much more inconvenience comparatively. So we keep them here. I totally agree. We have to look into those specific cases. But if I example, because remember we are assessor, we're assessing one company, but overall as a word, we have to be as much fair as possible for all companies, that if one are only doing the bare minimum, the others are doing extra, then the others doing the extra should be a little bit higher score compared to the one doing absolute bare minimum or even not meeting the minimum. I totally agree, yeah. Okay, the entertainment facility and those, some of them are provided within the accommodation, within the organization facilities. And sometimes if the example, certain sports stadium, sports fields, this may not necessarily feasible for the company to have permanently within their facility, then they may arrange with external bodies, at least to have accessibility to their employees once come to that. Again, when we look at the right side, those yellow highlights, these are sample or list of the things that commonly the companies do provide once come to entertainment facilities or recreational facilities. But it does not that mean that if this company does not provide outdoor cinema in cool weather, then this company is not doing well in this sense. Each company have their own strategy, or each company has their own choices based on the employees' needs as well. Maybe my employees never want outdoor cinema, example. Yeah, so we have to be kind of sensible when we do assessments. Now, finally, the transport. The transport here again, we're talking about moving employees safely and in a very with comfort and in an efficient way from their accommodation to the workplace and back. So in here, again, we have a list of items there on the right that suggest that how do they ensure that the transportation system is safe, is proper, is sufficient, everyone gets the proper seating, and this will be, you know, no major traffic accidents, this clean, they have a proper cooling system, things like that. Now with current situation, maybe the company also has to follow the the government regulations. Maybe they have to maintain certain distance. Maybe they will have to make sure they are not using full capacity when every worker sitting on the bus are one next to each other. So this you will get to know in their application and in the site visit how they handle those special arrangements when it's coming to the transportation in this very unique time, right? So this is to do with that. Now again, with your smart device, let's discuss and share that when we look at facilities and infrastructure, what are the potential challenges that assessors facing, or sometimes the mistakes that we do when we carry out assessments? What are the things that easily as a collective, as assessors, we might fall into the trap, or we might making such a mistake? These are things we might want to avoid. So think about it, use your device. So these are the things we'll share. What I will do is after today's session, I will be busy for a few days, then I will consolidate all this, then later I will share those information. So this will help us overall as collective learning for everybody. Yes, I agree. Make physical visits to the labor camp or accommodation is important. Sometimes also the company may have, say, 3 or 4 different camps, and which one to visit, right? So I remember even our own team, Madame can tell you that they had 2 camps. We visited the one, of course, they bring you to the best they got. Then we said we want to see the other medical facility nearby in the older camp. Then you can see the differences as well. Okay, sure. Oh, so many coming up. Okay, the challenges are why they're providing facilities like TV room, they may not provide sports. Main reason management may challenging as the workers may not have time to. Okay, so as again, the manager, they don't want, we ask our workers, for sure they don't want, did they? You know, so again, we say one is about the uniqueness of the company, of course, the type of facility provide, but on the other hand, also, if the company A provides very little, while company B provides so much things for their organization or for their employees, then we expect company B has a higher scoring or rating once come to this specific element, right? So yes, the company usually, management will, of course, they have to justify every action for the assessors, why we don't do that, why we don't do this, you know. When companies are shared company, they claim they do not have control influence on the facility. Yeah, the facility, this is exactly where Hari Haran was saying. This is the facility provided by this XYZ provider. I cannot make a modification. They are the landlord. So what other things you could do? Have you considered those? Cleaning of a physical premise done regularly only for the only before the site visits is sparkling shining, huh? Okay, so Facility not owned by the applicant has limited their initiative. Yeah, many. So this seems a common issue that I don't own it, I rented it, and therefore I don't have much things I can do. But maybe do they maybe check with the employees who are living there? Do they get any of their feedback? Do they consider future improvement opportunities? Do they do something a little bit extra to help them? Don't ignore the recent quick fix that has been. Absolutely. When you go to the site visit, sometimes you can smell the paint. You know this accommodation has been there for long, but you walk into this room and the smell of the fresh paint, and you can tell there's something not exactly as a norm. Then you can ask the employees, you know, it recently had something, you know, which is quite obvious. Absolutely, yeah. Trying to assume the same. But on the other hand, to be honest, at least Taqdeer awards or by us going there to assess, at least they're trying to do some improvement, which is also a good thing in a way, right? Although maybe window dressing, but still hopefully that will become a new norm. Trying to assure the same service provided to all workers, absolutely. Maybe in expo accommodation, the workers are enjoy like a 5-star accommodation. Then in the other accommodation, they are really in a different way. Yeah, okay. Need to also see the security room, the CCTV room, absolutely. That's true, the dining halls and all this, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Sometimes you can tell, and sometimes also you can tell how people, when they scattered or when they actually, do they use the place? If you see this place, example, they have a TV room. Maybe the TV room can only accommodate maybe 5-10 people, and this accommodation has thousands of people living there. Then you say, is this really a so-called TV room? Accommodation facilities need to follow the legal requirements. Absolutely. Yeah, we have a small room squeezing 12 people in it with bunk beds and all these things. Then should be aware of the tendency to become soft just because of applicants said it was not possible by certain standards. Yes. I think there's always a balance we need to strike when we do assessment. We do not want to be the very extreme strict that we are not the teacher or the police here picking on this company. On the other hand, we also don't want to be too over lenient, to be too soft. Anything that is just brilliant, everything is great, and this company is fantastic. So then this both end or both extreme, we lose our fairness. That's something we have to keep in mind. Then this year, by the way, we would like to keep in mind, this year we have to also keep in mind the situation impacted many industries. And especially those manpower intensive industries, they have been impacted heavily. So this year, in general, when we do assessments, if let's say we were the tough teacher, this year, let's be a little bit less tough teacher if we can, please. So this year compared to before, that's not to go too extreme when we do those toughness, because again, we have to take into consideration that the company may need to do certain activities or adjustments to cope with this unprecedented situation, which is no one ever planned ahead for in such a way. Okay, don't forget the context of organization. Absolutely, context of the organization, context of the industry norm. This is very important when we think, because remember, we are not talking about we going to a labor camp like a 5-star hotel with, you know, Jumeirah, run by Jumeirah group. We are there to coming to see a workers' accommodation. Okay, check on the infrastructure. Labor companies come for the blue-collar employees, visits accommodation, please. Oh, yeah, okay. All right, so I think, oh, there's more, sorry, yeah. Okay, have they managed it? Exactly, this is something very unique this year about how they handle that. Clinic maintenance. We have a clinic, and you go there, the clinic, and you will see the dust about 2 inches thick. You will see the spider web already in the corner. That's an issue. As assessor, basing your decision on hard evidence on different infrastructure that was shown to you. Okay, yeah, that's not assume, not just assume everything is perfect. At the same time, let's use our own eyes to observe. Yeah, The recreation facility should be free, not, oh, really? Wow, that's interesting. So far, we have not seen really people has to pay for use, but you are right. They do not really to see that we have such a facility, but if you want to use, you have to pay. Then this is not really the facility and infrastructure the company provide as in the essence of Taqdeer awards. Yes, there is, I have seen people in the group chat. Some people putting things in group chat that there were clinic, but no doctors or no nurses on site. Yeah, that's true. That one you will see, yeah. Sometimes we do see that. We ask about, and they will tell you whether they have shifts, they have no shifts, or what kind of shifts they're covering. Sometimes the gym look new and never used. So it's just a kind of, you know, it's a room we just decorated. Internet being paid also, okay. How have they managed? I think in the couple of years earlier, in the beginning of Taqdeer 2016, many companies didn't even have internet. Later on, they introduced internet with some payment. But I think by now, most of companies should have internet by free now, because internet, it become really a basic needs. It's no longer luxury anymore in a way, right? Special distance. Yeah.
So I just wanted to list one more point is that in some companies, they may have a gym, but the work pressure that the people have, they will never be able to avail that benefit. Like example, like if they have a fixed transport that the bus will come and pick them up at 8 o'clock or drop them off just 10 minutes before the start of work, and then pick them up at sharp 5 when their work ends, and they are kept occupied the entire day. They have no opportunity to use the blue collar employees have got little opportunity to use the gym, even if it exists.
In our case, on my own experience, the gym, usually we see them in the labor camp itself. So the employee off duty time or in the weekend, they can go there to exercise. So this is where the facilities. Yeah, I agree with you. Not the facility in the office building where the workers actually don't really have the chance to use that because they have to leave during certain hours. Okay, so any other questions? Yeah, sure, go ahead.
This is regarding transportation.
Okay.
Typically, one of the things that all assessors, or many assessors look for is about the air-conditioned buses. Now, we have observed in focus groups with the workers, and this is more so in the case of construction businesses. The workers don't want the air conditioning on in the bus when they get in after their work, because they feel that a sudden drop in temperature affects their health.
A shock, kind of.
So if we hear that there is no air conditioning being used in the bus, I think it's important for us to be a little careful about saying the company is not providing air conditioning.
Understand often, why.
Yes. Often it's because the workers don't want that air conditioning because they feel, and this we found in the focus groups.
And there's also... Sorry, and there's also a possibility that, you know, since the workers have worked the full day, they are actually sweating the entire day. And if the entire group is sitting so close without the windows open, there's little ventilation and there'll be foul smell in the entire, so we should make them fall sick.
So maybe the best thing in this case, maybe we will check on both. One is the government requirements. One is the organization. What they say, why do they do so? Maybe they say we have combination. We have some buses with AC. We have some buses without fan-based. Sometimes they may say we have a contract with our contract third-party providers, service providers, and our contract will be finishing exam soon. So those buses already in operation, we cannot change now. However, the new buses we do modifications of it. So that's why I say we have to look into the situation. Then we will be able to see if it makes sense or not. In the case of Hariharan, he was saying that they asked the employees, and employees specifically say, we do not want that because it's not good for our health. Then based on that, they say we provide the fan instead of AC. Then it becomes justifiable in a way.
So can I speak?
Yes. Sure, of course. Go ahead.
See, reason is there should be an air conditioned bus. This is the law. So the minimum law requirement should be there. It's a preference of the workers whether to use it or not to use it. But
that's
the
true.
legal requirement should be followed. They should have an air conditioned bus. So they need to have an air conditioned bus. Then the workers can choose whether they're going to on the AC or not go on the AC.
Correct. As for Mohri, it is there.
Yeah.
You are right.
Now I remember if I share the link there or not, because recently they even mentioned they want to, the government want to even upgrade those buses with a lot of facilities like cooling waters on site, the emergency or the first aid things on site. So there were a lot of things the government trying to kind of improve the situation. But yes, as Saeed said, the workers say we don't want that, then they can switch off. That's up to them, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody, we move on. It's okay. Yeah. So far, are you comfortable? If there's anything, just give me feedback.
Oh, it's perfectly fine.
Yeah. Occupational health and safety. Here we're talking about 4 key elements: the Medicare, the occupational safety policy system procedures, training awareness related to occupational health and safety, and finally the safety clothing and the tools. Probably you already noticed throughout this year, because of the pandemic, we are embedding into different sub-criteria area, which is relevant to ensure this organization, their practice also taking care of this special periods. So in the case of Medicare, traditionally we said that everyone should have a medical insurance. Maybe we need to look at this kind of medical insurance. Do they really enable the workers to get the necessary medical treatment, or they have to pay so much from their own pocket in order to do treatment? Or this only covering very few that's really, when they're falling sick, they have no option but to go home and have really the medical expenses on their own or their family. Then the other side, when we look at it, we have to make sure that also the employee should have the proper sick leave and work-related injury or those accident leave as labor law. This is must have. Then when we look at, on the other hand, will be, do they get in the necessary example test? Example like now, if there's any suspicion or cases that these employees or this group of employees may have a close contact with one of the person that's become positive, will the company send those people for the proper testing? Will they have to pay for that, or the company will take care of that? These are the things that we may look into, also preventive as well as the other things. So remember, one of the team member earlier mentioning whether they have a clinic or kind of medical room on site or not. Do they have the right doctor or the nurses to man those places, to provide service in those facilities for the employees? Then the other things also, as a responsible company, they should have record of their employees with those, especially the one with those chronic disease or those issues. So this way they can easily identify the high-risk groups. Like now, we're saying with the COVID-19, the high-risk groups are the people with certain chronic illness after certain age. So this organization can easily identify those groups. So when they scheduling people, or when they taking into consideration of the work, they will provide extra precaution when it comes to those high-risk group of employees. So things like that we need to look into. Then again, on the right side, we're listing a variety of things that may cover in this area. Then of course, in the early days or in the previous cycle, this isolation or quarantine room or facility was not that critical. But in this year, this could be maybe a necessity and a must to have. If, say, one of the members have something, do they have some place, or do they apply certain isolation or quarantine procedure until this person is fully recovered, or this person has been treated during the treatment? So these are the things that we may look into when we talk about the Medicare. Then one thing also in the Medicare, sometimes the organization, they may have very comprehensive medical insurance, but that cover for the management or certain grades and above. But once come to labor force, they are absolutely bare minimum. So these are the things we need to look into, you know. Then we have the occupational health and safety. In this case, the purpose of this one is the organization should have proper occupational health safety policies and system in place that will ensure that employees will be working in a safe environment, right? And also they will be able to identify risks, and in order to prevent or mitigate those risks proactively. And then, of course, companies, most of the companies, they are adopting international standards, such as the ISO or OSAS, things like that. So these are the things that they may say we are certified in this and that. These are our audits. These are the things. These are the system we have. These are the procedures we have. These are the things that they might want to show. And also, they may also share with you the risk assessments. This is we done our risk assessment. These are the reports. This is the things. And this is how we communicate to our employees or communicate to the concerned department. I noticed there's a lot of comments in the chat. In the chat, maybe later on in the discussion session, then we can use voice, probably it's easier, because when I'm presenting, I don't want to switch between the chat and the presentation. Maybe it's easier this way. Okay, so these are to do with the occupational health safety systems, policies, and guidelines in the organization. Then when we look at, you have the guidelines, you have the systems, we need to make sure employees are fully communicated, they are trained, and they are fully aware, they will really practice those safety measures, right? So this is why this organization need to ensure that their policy, procedure, guidelines, and instructions and all this related to occupational health safety should communicate it to the employees via the best awareness or training methods. So sometimes they may do as a training session, maybe part of their induction. Sometimes they do as the toolbox or daily briefings. Sometimes the supervisor or the foreman carry on the responsibilities to ensure, of course, this most likely under the safety manager or the department. And of course, training department sometimes also coordinating and supporting as well. Now, when we talk about those training or awareness sessions, what are the things they might cover? This again, if you notice this year, what we added, hygiene practice. Maybe previous years, washing hand is not as kind of critical compared to this year. If you remember this year, we keep telling people washing hand in the proper way. They even had the happy birthday song of the washing hand, remember? And then also how to handle certain things, so how to prevent certain things. Example, if the company we're assessing is a cleaning company and the cleaners they assign to different organizations or clients, maybe some of the clients are clinics and hospitals. So how do we really educate our cleaners how they handling the waste, how do they handling the disposable masks or the gloves people used? How do they make sure those hazards will not risk their health or risk their co-workers? So these are the things we need to look into. Then in addition to that, the training very often they have to provide based on their industry. So if it's a construction industry, people have to working on the heights, people has to do certain electrical works, people has to in the factory handling certain machinery, certain equipment, they have to really train their people of how to do that properly. So this is what the training awareness of occupational health safety related will be covered. And of course, when they do training awareness, usually they should have records. Sometimes they show you the pictures of their sessions. Sometimes they show you this is a part of our safety awareness. This is part of our induction programs. These are the things the company might be able to show you. Now, when we talk about the safety tools, in this case, the company has to provide the workers with the appropriate machinery, equipment, tools, and the PPEs. Remember, PPEs is the key word in the first quarter of 2020, the personal protective equipment. Depends on the type of work they do, depends on the industry they are. So, example, many companies, the people going back to workplace, every day they have to wear masks. Do you provide masks and gloves and all this into your employees? Do you provide those that's based on the needs? Or you, like in the case of the cleaner, that's just have a random example. Do you provide her with the mask that she has to use over multiple days, which is really making it unsafe? Or you provide this disposable mask that covers her shifts with sufficient quantity that she can use accordingly. Also, do you teach your employee how to wear the mask? To be honest, several times, that's one of the reasons I think we do not go out often since the pandemic. Once in a while when you go out, whether it's a supermarket, whether you interact with people, very often you see people wearing masks, but then you see them, the mask was wearing inside out, or the mask was not closed or sealed here. The worst part was the entire nose was above the mask. So that means these employees, they know they have to wear a mask, but they have no clue how to wear the masks in the proper way, because maybe they're not aware of that. No one ever communicated with them. No one showed them how to use that. So they are really not protected. So these are the things that we talk about: safety tools, safety equipment, personal protective equipment like that. And of course, in order to cover these, the company also have to ensure they have sufficient stock or supply in place, and there is some kind of inventory checklist in place that they can distribute timely and allow people to replace those damaged ones in a proper way. So if my safety shoes got damaged due to whatever the reason, am I allowed to get a free replacement, or I have to wait for another 3 months because that's based on the rule that we only get a replacement by then. So these are the things that we have to look into when we talk about the safety tools once cover this kind of criteria. So again, have your smart device, smartphone. Here we're talking about occupational health and safety. Remember the 4 key sub-elements we talked about earlier: the Medicare, we talk about the occupational health safety policy system in place, we talk about the awareness and training related to that, we talk about the equipment, the tools, the PPEs. So what are the potential assessment challenges or the mistakes that we as assessors might make when it's come to occupational health and safety related those elements? Okay, let me see. More than reactive treat provide, but provide treat. Absolutely, yeah. Hygiene to prevent disease. Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, sometimes they're not aware of that. Better check on these aspects during focus group discussion with the workers. Both are the, yeah, that's true. They say we do a lot of those, but do they really do? Okay. Is relevant PPE provided to you? Carry on specific high-risk work habit? Absolutely. The law requires license requires staff communication over whatever. Okay. You see, these are the things. You see, the beautiful thing about we're looking at those. This will help us to understand, because remember, some of our assessors are in those industries. They are the expert or the HR or the safety experts or specialists in those areas. So they can provide us with the best suggestions. Relevant PPE not provided to rest associate. Yes, that's true. First aid ratios to number of people on site. That's interesting as well. We have a huge site and we have a little first aid box with a few bandage or whatever the basic things. Is that really sufficient? Focus on interaction with laborers to understand how well OHS is implemented. Yeah, this is back to the previous one. We talk about better to have those during the focus group discussion. When we talk to workers, are they aware of those occupational health safety things? Have they been involved in the training and the awareness related to that? Is there any incident happened due to people really not fully aware of that? Absolutely. And of course, during the current time, what are the things they do to prevent the communicable disease in the place? Okay. PPE, okay, the law require license. Okay, this one says the law require license 24/7 clinics require staff for accommodation with over 1,000 workers. but many of them do not really follow this. This is something we need to be aware. When you're assessing a large organization or companies which has workers over 1,000, there are specific requirements that the government require, and many of them they skip. They may maybe say, I have a doctor, but only 8 hours covers during the time where the workers actually are working, not back to accommodation. These are the things we need to be careful. Okay, PPE not provided. Okay, first aid ratio, we talk about that. Focus on interaction with laborers, we talk about that. Possible cases where organizations do not have arrangement to involve them in accident investigation. Interesting. When you say involve them, means involve the workers or involve. Can I have the owner of this one, maybe just to elaborate for us so we all understand?
Me.
Yeah. Okay.
In accident investigation, there have been cases where workers are blamed. And actually, it was that management didn't provide adequate preventive measures to prevent the accident.
Oh, so I'm the one had the accident, but
yes.
The company did not provide me with the proper training, proper handling, proper tools and equipment, whatever. Then when this thing happens, I'm fully be responsible and blamed.
Yeah. So workers are not given the chance to defend themselves.
I see. Now I see what you mean. Okay, inadequate training, first aid and firefighting profession. Okay, yeah, that's true. Many big companies that they train their employees or the nominated employees to become like the certified, to which they can provide the first aid on site or those immediate action in case of some kind of accident or incident happening. We should make sure that companies do not hide the actual staff incident and validate with the person in charge for documentation. Here, maybe one of the questions you want to ask, or maybe the results or the data you want to check is the incident due to occupational health related incidents, right? Maybe they have audit report, they have other things. And then maybe you want to know a little bit more about that. You can verify that. Okay. Punishment is being done on kits. Okay. How often do you allow replacement of things, right? As I was saying, remember in the early days of this year, remember how many places we heard, even the doctors, they said, I have to use this mask for days, which is totally unsafe, right? Even the N95, they don't have enough quantity, so they actually telling the doctors, fix yourself. Or remember the nurses trying to sew in the mask themselves, trying to cover. This is really sad. So
even the first aid kit, you know, all kinds of.
Absolutely. Because this is the company responsibility to protect your employees, to ensure that they're not really exposed to those health-related risks, right? Okay. Anything? Oh, sorry, here more. Okay. Check for occupational health safety related to blue-collar employees. Check during focus group. Mask, gloves are actually being provided to them or not. How they ensure hygiene. Using same mask for 8 hours at a stretch or not? Yeah, exactly. Available of water, hand soap. Exactly. Do you have the hand sanitizer or soap that's available? Do you check later on when we talk about the labor camp security, could it be, do you check the temperature of the employees when they, example, arrive back from work or leaving the place, right? These are all necessary things. Not to believe the certification, but see the actual. Absolutely, I totally agree. See the real thing, because that's where the real practice, not a certificate hand on the wall, assume we all okay. Cost of occupational health and COVID effect on worker situation to balance the cost and the safety of employees. So in this one, let me try to understand cost of occupational health and COVID effect on workers and solutions to balance the cost of safety. Okay. So some company, if I understand right, I don't know who is the owner, if I understand right, is to say that the company has to understand the cost of those occupational health safety measures versus the cost of really, if we don't look after our employees, if we don't have those incidents and those other things, which one really we value? Am I right? I assume. Or construction workers,
yes,
right?
so
yeah, exactly.
yes,
so
yes,
sometimes
yes,
people look at some people look at short term. Why should I provide this? Why should I let them buy themselves the mask? I only provide mask for 4 hours. The rest they get themselves, you know. So this is the thing.
I have one comment. I went to a shop, you know, this grocery store, and you know, one of the workers, he said, I wear 1 mask per day. The first 4 hours, the first 6 hours, he wear it in a side. And the second 6 hours, he flip it on the other side.
This is totally, he's danger himself.
Yes.
I mean, this is what I meant by one, maybe because he did not have sufficient supply for that. Secondly, maybe he's not even aware that how to wear the mask and when you need to dispose and how to dispose it, right? Sometimes, it's sometimes this is what we meant by, if you look after their health, you have to, sometimes the education probably more important than just to provide them something, they use it wrongly or they don't use at all, you know. Also, construction workers should have occupational health card. Oh, that's a good one as well. Exactly, if you don't have the occupational health card to do that particular work, then they should not be on site. That's true, because again, we talk about different industry. We have service industry example. Certain service industry require you have certain occupational health cards or permits like that in order to carry out the work. Very good. You see, by sharing this, I'm reading loud and I'm not really asking a lot of verification, but from this, I think it makes us really clear of what areas we need to focus, which are the areas the problem we should avoid, right? Let's move on, okay? Labor security is quite easy. We talk about labor camp security and job security. When we talk about the labor camp security, in this case, it's more or less related to the access to the CCTVs, to the security guards, to the monitoring of those security, to the record of those security, for how long those footage you actually keeping. Are we, 48 hours, we already automatically erase and re-record? And also in this particular period, how you ensure those strict access, and do you use certain measures when people come into the place to ensure that, they do not bring any health risks into our facilities or labor camp, right? So in this case, I'm sure later when we discuss what are the challenges or the potential things, many of things were coming up. Sometimes they may have those security guards, but who is the one really access to the security monitoring room? Who are the ones that have the authority to say, I want to see this record during this period to be this period in order to check on things like that. Also, are their security system linked to the necessary authority, police or whatever the system will be? So, and also, do they bridge that? Because example, say that the leadership team or the CEO decided to go to the labor camp, and labor camp policy says anyone entering this camp has to go through security or registration or whatever. But because this is the director, this is the CEO, whatever, let them in without any following the rules. So these are the things that may relate to labor camp. The second one, the security, is the job security. Here, the job security could be a little bit trickier. How? As we know, no employer can guarantee job security for all their employees for all the times and for forever. This is obvious. It's not making any business sense. However, the essence of this is how this company look after the employees and to help them with whatever the possible ways this company can when it comes to job security. Could be the job security with their current job, could be even the job security for their future by providing them with the necessary training, necessary skills, necessary progression in their career path and those, so that even the employee leaving this company, they still can easily find jobs. Or in the construction industry or project-based industry, that if we know that our project will be finished in say 3 or 6 months time, and those number of employees will not be able to stay with us due to this reason, then what are the assistance that we're trying to provide them to look for alternative jobs and to look for other opportunities? Our HR department talking to other HR department in the similar industry and say, look, we have those qualified people, they will be ready by February 2021. Do you have the vacancies or the things to take them in. So these are the things. Then also, when it's come to very unique of the pandemic period or 2020 situation, some companies, or especially in certain industries, they really have no option but to downsize or right size, because the company cannot sustain so many months totally shut down. So in this case, what kind of extra efforts or what kind of practice, what kind of things this company does for their employees to help them, and how they handle this kind of difficult situations of those downsizing or let them go, and what are the policies internally, and what are the compliance related to government laws and regulations and guidelines. So these are the things that we might look at when we talk about the job security. So of course, one of the questions we might ask during the site visit could be, what impact is the COVID-19 on the employee job securities? Many industries, they say, employees are uncertain, they're not sure. They could be temporarily placed on, unpaid leave. They could be salary cuts, different methods, depends on the organization, right? Sometimes even delayed salaries because of cash flow, whatever. So these are the things that once come to job security, we look at in this very unique case. Now, labor security, only 2 items. Labor camp security, job security. What are the potential challenges when we do assessment? What are the possible mistakes that we should avoid as assessors team? Let's talk about that. I remember our own team, when we look at labor camp security, one of them is the record, right? How long they retain the CCTV records. Some companies, they're using those access cards for employees in and out, so they're tracking that. Some company may install now the infrared temperature control. Some may use different ways. Let's hear from our team overall. What are the potential assessment challenges? Yeah, okay, let me read the chat room. We need to see new practice control. Yeah, that's true. I noticed we still have some members writing their suggestions through the group chat. If you, for any reason, maybe you came later on, this is the link you use for interacting in the system here, huh? This this is a private, I should share with everyone. Okay, this is the link that if you click on, and you will be able to enter all your feedback from the system, which we can all see in front of the screen here. Okay, in these difficult times, some might be on half pay or leave without pay. That's true. We should be careful in considering that as a redundancy. Yes, that's why we're saying this year we have to be really sensible. We cannot be just, one cut all. We have to really look into which kind of industry, which kind of business, what kind of impact, what are the things that what they do within their limited, say, resources, capability, or whatever. What do they do to look after the employees in the area of job security? Okay. Okay. Okay, let's finish this exercise. Then we will have maybe 5 minutes break. Okay, I have my timekeeper, Harry Haran, just reminded me it's about time. So let's look at what else we have. Any deduction or change in terms of employment should be accepted by, do you inform workers, right? Do you really, that's part of, later on we'll talk about transparency as well. If the company facing difficult time, do you tell your employees? Do you prepare them? Do you tell them that we all go through this difficult time together? That's trying to do different methods to keep going to avoid job loss. And then if for whatever reason we really have to let go of some people, then let them know why the company makes such a decision, how this decision was made, and how will the company ensure their life will be minimum, or the negative impact of their life will be minimized due to the company extra efforts. Do we help them to register in certain places or this temporary job or whatever the job system? Do we help them to look for other jobs? Do we help them to maybe allow them to stay in the accommodation while they're looking for jobs? You know, different facility, different things that the company might do. Okay, the one monitoring CCTV, absolutely. We have CCTV, nobody ever look at that unless an incident happens, then we say, oh, let's look. Number of CCTV, not as per the regulation. We have CCTV, how many? 3, and 2 of them not working, you know. I'm just exaggerating, you know. Check the duration of the records of the last 1 year. Okay, use of access card, how do they support employees? If a death or accident, they had their family members, so they try and retain employees during the pandemic. Half pay comes when you leave, have less impact. Yep, we say whatever the company do based on their, you know, capability, based on their resources, based on their specific situation. As an assessor, trying to understand how the company communicates to employees. Yeah, that's why we said as assessor, we should have a good knowledge of businesses as well. I mean, at least trying our best understanding of how this company, which we are assessing, how they as a business, what could impact and what can they do. Safety, timely deporting employees, lost job due to COVID challenges and business impact, yes. And what are the policies instituted by the employer to assure employees' jobs are safe? Yeah. How do you make people feel not worried during this very special period, right? Maybe you don't cut jobs, you are doing good thing, but maybe you need to also communicate to them, make sure that they understand, make sure that they will not be stressed that going to work every day thinking that they might really get sick, right? These are the things, part of that. Okay, ignorance of security staff on who enters and leaves the accommodation. Yeah, exactly. We have security guards, but those security guards are not really doing their job proper. Ask the camp boss about the CCTV system, how they retrieve the recording if there is a need. Yeah, and who access to the room, as we mentioned, right? Ensure staff safety from alcohol and drugs. Yeah, exactly. I think in all companies, they have rules on the drugs, all those things not allowed in the thing, but somehow people might still try to smuggle into the accommodation. Okay, very good. Any other ones before we have a break? If not, let me see the timing. 11:02. Should we be back by, I will not give you too long break if you don't mind, because usually this is online. If it's too long break, we carry on, then we forget. Let's say 5 minutes, 11:08, everybody back, is that okay? Have your coffee now, stretch a little, and answer your missed call if you have. So 5 minutes, we're back. Then we move on to the next thing, yeah? Thank you so much. Let's have a break. I will refill my coffee. Okay. Okay. Zainab. Let me Yes, yes, we are back. Thank you for reminding us. We're receiving telephone calls. Okay, everybody back? We go on? Okay.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so let's talk about the last element, recruitment and wages. When we talk about recruitment and wages, we're talking about two key elements, job recruitment, the wages, benefits, and incentives. Here again, 50 points are spread evenly on these two. So let's go on directly to the recruitment. What is recruitment all about? It's about this organization, do they have an established recruitment selection policy in place? Do they ensure that their recruitment practices are having the fairness and avoid discrimination and provide the right job opportunities for the workers? Do they encourage also internal recruitment? Do they encourage, example, job rotation and internal promotion? Do they include all the possible candidates for their new position when they can apply? Do they encourage staff referrals as well? Do they taking any necessary measures to avoid any unethical behavior? And sometimes the companies, they also have the recruitment done, especially in the overseas recruitment in the traditional manpower market. They have specific agents or agency that acting on the company's behalf to do the recruitment. In this case, how do they ensure that the recruitment agents, when they do the recruitment, they are following the organization or the company's policies, procedures, and guidelines, the compliance? So maybe they need to do necessary audits or assessment of those recruitment agency, right? So these are the things that we talk about when we talk about job recruitment. The second part is the wages, benefits, and incentives. In here, as we all know, if the salaries are not paid proper or paid on time, if the salaries are not decent or sufficient to carry on this employee's basic living, then usually the satisfaction will not be there for sure. So when we talk about the wages and those, the organization or the company we're assessing, we want to make sure that do they provide a fair pay, that it's in line with the industry, that meeting the minimum wages and all these requirements, right? Do they also provide some kind of a compensation benefit package? Sometimes they say the salary we cannot provide much, but in addition to that, we provide, of course, the accommodation and all this. We provide 3 meals a day. That will save money for the employees. We may provide additional bonuses or performance-based rewards benefit system that they can have allowance. Maybe we provide a certain extra allowance related to the shifts or whatever the thing is. So different organizations, their compensation benefit policies is different. Now, of course, for all companies, they have to make sure that employees get their salary on time via the WPS system. So this is something that they may submit in their application, the WPS records or some kind of thing as a proof. Then also when employees going on their annual leave, do they get salaries in advance? Do they, when the employee is leaving the company, whether it's the contract finished or whether they were kind of let go, do they get their end of service benefits on time, or they have to wait for 3 months to receive their end of service benefits? Things like that. Then of course, in the special cases where the company has to, which is very rare. So far, I have not seen we have anything like this happening in Taqdeer. If the company has no option but to file for bankruptcy, how do they ensure the employees will be the first one to pay it and settle any kind of outstanding payment? So one of the things that also we may need to look at is during the pandemic. I think earlier in one of the members already mentioned that as well, that this company has to take special measures such as unpaid leave or temporary reduction of salaries in order to avoid job cuts. If this is the case, how did you communicate that? How did you get the employees' consent? How did you decide on which kind of salary cut will be? Is that cross-board, that's 25% cut, 25% cut for the leadership team level, may not impact their livelihood like you would cut from an employee receiving 1,300, 1,500 dirhams, right? So these are the things that the company may address when it comes to wages, benefits, and those. So again, let's have our hands on. When we talk about recruitment and wages, these two sub-elements, remember we just discussed now, what are the potential challenges and what are the common mistakes that our own assessment team or our colleagues, or sometimes, you know, what we have heard from others, these are the things that we should collectively as Taqdeer Award assessors should avoid. Please use your creative minds, use your experience, share with us. Let's have a collective learning for different members. Example, maybe my team in the past did not face this issue, but now I know this issue has been faced by many other teams. This is the thing we need to be care of, we need to be aware of. Okay, absolutely. This is something commonly happening. Workers are not aware of their basic salary, benefits, and overtime wages calculation. Sometimes they didn't know the overtime should be how it was calculated, and if the overtime they receive is accurate. Sometimes also they may receive their salary on time, but the overtime payments may not be received on time, right? These are the things that these are the challenges or the things that may happen when it comes to the recruitment wages. Okay, in the event of a cutback in number of employees, does the company assist by trying to get their redundant worker placed in other companies? Yeah, remember we talk about job seeker assistance, kind of. What are the things you're helping them, right? Or maybe evaluate their salary payments are paid on time. Yeah, some company, they say we do some kind of every 2 years or so, we do a market survey or market analysis, look at the salary in our industry or in our type of businesses, what are the common salary range, and we compare our own salary accordingly, and we do adjustment based on that. Minimum wages criteria is not known by workers or not communicated to them. Yes. We had a very sad case, and it's really happened before in one of the companies. Assessors team, at the end, we refused to assess this company after. You know what happened? This company signed two kind of contracts or salaries. So salary A, which is they signed with the employee, let's assume that salary A is a higher salary. That's the salary A is 1,500. Then they also had a salary B signed with me in the other contract for whatever reason, 1,200. So the company saying to the employees, you want to be paid every month on time, then we will only pay you the 1,200 salary. If you're willing to be delayed, as we want to delay it, maybe 40 days or the 30 days or whatever, then your salary will be paid for the higher amount. And then the employee has no option because they don't want to lose any penny out of their salary. So they have no option but allow the company to literally delay payment for their salary, which is totally unacceptable. But this actually happening in one of the companies. Very sad. Okay, holding laborers on ransom. Oh, okay, holding passports. Okay, holding passports, later on this will be more relevant in one of the sub-criteria when we talk about the rules, regulations. We will move this one to there later on when we discuss that. Okay, recruitment from abroad is very challenging, engaging multiple agents. Hence, workers should be checked on joining the company if they have incurred any expenses during recruitment. Absolutely. Imagine this person selling his land, borrowed money from all his relatives, had a huge loan, paid for this recruitment agency in order to come here to work. He did not know the recruitment agency already charged the company for your ticket, for the visa, for all the expenses, probably extra recruitment fees. So they are really charging the workers for money that they're not supposed to be paid altogether. But a lot of times employees didn't know. They were looking for this wonderful job opportunity in this new city called Dubai, you see. Effectiveness of communication with regard to salaries, pay cuts of any delay. Yeah, you see, we have to be open. We have to really let people know. And we have to make people know that their rights has been protected based on the laws and regulations. Transparency, we talk about that, similar. Overtime pay, exactly, should pay on gross salary, not on basic salary. Yeah, you see, most employees don't know. What is my salary? What is the basic? What's the allowance? What is transport? What is whatever the part of it? Absolutely. Recruitments, you are judging heavily in the countries of origin. Absolutely, you see, exactly. So really, I'm making myself in long-term debts to come to a country. I didn't know that those recruitment agencies are charging me unfairly. That's why, if you remember earlier, we talked about the company should necessarily assessment or audit of those agencies, or make a very clear policy. The agency that working on behalf of our company not allowed to charge blah, 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 or extra this and that, right? Companies should inform employees in their original language about, absolutely. Yes, I don't speak English, I don't speak Arabic, and you give me a contract in the language I don't understand, or maybe even the number I don't even know. You give me 1,200 or 1,500. I have no clue. So maybe you told me verbally I'm receiving 1/2, and in reality, in the contract written 1,200, and you told me sign it or put your fingerprint. These are the things that we need to make sure employees are fully aware of their rights. Remember the rights, and fully aware of those payments. Yeah, very good. Okay, let's move on to the next one, which is the labor relations, the communication feedback. Okay, the criteria 2. This is the areas where we said a lot of engagement soft issues compared to a lot of hard issues there. So let's move straight away to the first one, labor relations. Labor relations, again, 3 sub-elements: non-discrimination, work environment, and complaints and grievances. If you notice here, some of the elements are closely related or linked to the previous sub-elements. Let's look at the first one. When we talk about non-discrimination, there should be a policy in the organization. Could be part of the HR policy, could be part of the corporate policy, where non-discrimination should be a practice in our organization through various areas related. So we said that non-discrimination, which we should not discriminate any staff members based on their nationality, whether you are because you are female, so we discriminate against you, or because you are above certain age, we discriminate against you, or because you are not say Muslim or whatever, so we treat you differently, or because of your colors or the origin or any other things. So non-discrimination, we should really ensure that as an organization or as a company, that they protect all employee, all labor categories from discrimination based on laws and those. Because remember, Taqdeer Award, we talk about framework and criteria. When we design that, we're looking to the human rights, we're looking to the International Labor Organization requirements and all this. And also, we do not employ the people who are practice those discrimination, or we do not give any promotion to the people who have any kind of discrimination in their day-to-day dealing with each other, right? So the objective here is to create harmony between all nationalities and all work groups in our organization. So we need to ensure fair treatment for everyone. Now the next one is the work environment. Work environment, remember earlier we talked about occupational health and safety. Here we talk about the overall work environment. That's how do we ensure the workplace where the workers and the employees carry out their day-to-day work will be safe, will be free of hazard, free of virus, free of noise pollution, and any of those that could hurt their health or hurt their overall well-being, right? So here we talk about also the work environment related to the working hours as well. We talk about also about the summer. Remember, construction industry or any industry where workers has to work outdoor in the summer, the midday break, are they strictly complying with that? During the midday break, what do they provide the employee with a place where they can take this break and will be shaded place and what kind of things they will be providing. Sometimes companies we have seen on the project site, they use in their medical room or any other room, they provide those heat stress treatments. So if someone really suddenly, due to the heat collapse or whatever the reason, immediately can take attention and take necessary measures to help him. Then in this year, again, remember when the government shut down, everything was, you know, restricted, shut down, then we have this slowly opening up. So how do we ensure the company that's opening up back to business again, that's really fully, strictly follow the government and the relevant authorities, their guideline and protocols to handle the pandemic, right? Are they putting the necessary things? Are they install, example, the plastic shade between the taxi driver and the passenger? Do they install certain things to protect the cashier from the customer? Do they put enough necessary measures in place? Do they have enough hand sanitizer, the soap, and all these things in place, right? So these are the things we talk about work environment. Then finally, this part will be related to the complaints and grievances. Here we talk about if an employee have any complaint or issues and concerns, do they know I'm the worker on a construction site? I have a major complaint. Do I know? Do I feel safe enough? Do I know to whom, to where, and how do I raise this complaint? And do I have the confidence that my complaint, which I raised, will be at least studied or looked at by some kind of assigned member of the management team? And then I will have some kind of confidence that my complaint will be addressed or resolved, some action will be happening, or some feedback will come back to me, right? So here we talk about, does this company has established the complaint and grievances system in place? And are these systems communicated to the employees that they know what they can do once they have a complaint on grievances? Then, of course, when those are resolved, how do you communicate back to that? So this is what this complaint and grievances are about. And what type of evidence we might want to see? We might want to see the complaints process or the flow, right? Or how to register complaint. We may want to see the sample complaints received. We may look at the complaint resolution, the number of complaints they have addressed, what are the things, right? So these are the things that assessors might look for. Now, let's look at the labor relations. Labor relations, remember the three key areas we just discussed. What are the challenges or the common mistakes that we need to avoid as assessor? Let's hear from our collective teams here. Labor relations, huh? Companies often say they are, okay, let me click on this so we can see bigger. Companies often say they are communicating with employees regularly, but do not have a record to show. I say, of course we communicate with employees. Of course we keep them informed. Of course, we have non-discrimination in our company, but I cannot prove it, right? In this case, what do? We look at documented evidence. If it's not in the site visit, we re-verify with employees, with their management team, during our focus groups example, right? Okay, but this is more of a communication. I will move to the communication section, which will be coming up. Okay, discrimination should be checked from job advertisement post. One of the way to see the discrimination, we can look at the job advertisement or job vacancy post. Channels to raise complaint, concern, appreciate other employees. Okay, which channel exactly? How can I access that? Imagine I'm a construction worker. Then you say to me, in order to receive complaints, you have to write a formal email through your company email account, which the construction worker does not even assign the company email account. Example, just example. Okay, evaluate how companies make environment safe for female employees, where they feel safe to work without bias. Yeah, okay. Could be female employees, could be a certain group of employees, right? Example, during the pandemic. How do you ensure that, or sometimes in here also, female employees, do you purposely assign female employee for night shifts? Or many companies, they have the policy due to certain reasons. We try not to assign female employees in the night shifts, right? Measure take during the night, what are the actions taken to provide effective work environment? Yeah, absolutely, because it's very relevant for this year. That's why also, as I shared with many people, this year, to be honest, we really appreciate the company are standing forward to want to participate in Taqdeer Award, because we know a lot of them facing challenges, but they still wanted to show we are a responsible company. We are doing something right, or we are trying to do something, or we're trying to at least identify our current situation and maybe in the future to continue improve, bridge gaps, which is a good thing. Frequency of meeting of top management with employees, open discussion practice for meeting on site. It could be discrimination of expected mothers. Oh yeah, so what happens? Because this lady is pregnant, so we kind of discriminate. By the way, there's another thing might even happen as discrimination. You know what happens? This person is member of our team. He may contracted the virus. Now he's recovered. But when he comes back to the labor camp or the workplace, what do? We all look at him as if he is the virus. That is also type of discrimination, right? So this is what the things we need to be careful. Okay, focus group with labor should not have any senior supervisors. Oh yeah, that's true. When we talk to employees, you don't want the supervisors there observing everyone and trying to remember, oh, Sue said so and so, later on let me give her lesson after the session. This is true. Then people will not feel free to tell you the actual truth. Now, how do they manage blue-collar employees' grievances, such as those who have language problems? Oh, okay. I have a complaint, but I'm not that fluent. I may have certain concerns. So how do I make sure that my complaint or my grievances will be able to understood by the management? And maybe I have a conflict of complaint about my direct manager or supervisor. How will this? Who can I go to without fear? Okay. Absolutely. Okay, staff suggestion complaint scheme and validate with supervisor on daily interaction, non-biased decision making. So this one maybe also applies to the suggestions as well on both places as well. Okay, basically to ensure that termination record exists and reason for termination clear stated and can be cross-verified. You see, example, discrimination. I discriminate against you for whatever the reason, for no reason, for which reason, that based on that, in a way, we terminated you. Or if we have to lay off staff, but I only lay off staff from this particular nationality or category of employees, is that a discrimination for that group? Could be, right? Okay, whatever. In Ramadan months, all workers in respect of the religion should work 2 hours. Oh, really? The company do not do that? I thought this is a given. Yeah. So, because you are Christian, so Ramadan does not apply to you. You have to work full time. No, by law, they have to. I mean, this is breaking the law. Do not ask workers for their names during the focus groups discussion. Yeah, maybe people will not feel comfortable during focus groups, that maybe among the focus group, they are worried that some member are, let's say, the management place those people there to spy on our conversation. You know, sometimes people have that sense. Okay, also observe the culture. There should not be fear of blame. Yeah, that's true. That's why I was saying, am I feel safe enough if I want to make a complaint? Maybe, you know, the environment make me, I have a lot of things, I feel unjust, I feel discrimination against me, but I don't dare to speak out. I don't dare to file a formal complaint, right? Should empower workers reach the top boss if support mechanism. Yeah, that's true. Later on, this will also apply later on when we talk about the other sub-criteria element. Oh, Justin, okay. All right, so I think these are the common things that we shared, right? Let's look on to the next part, communication feedback. some of them we already touched in the previous discussion. Communication channels and dialogue, that's something related, we just mentioned in a way. Performance appraisal and recognition. Involvement and freedom of opinion. You see, one side you have the complaints, but this side also, do you feel you have a voice? Do you feel free to express your opinion, maybe related to work, related to the condition of the workplace, related to the labor camp facilities, things like that, and internal, external audit. So let's start with the first one. Usually from the past experience, this the area, communication, is the area that 5-star companies doing much better compared to the other company. This is where still a lot of room for improvement in many companies. So here we talk about the communication channel. We talk about you have to, as a company, using various channels, not only one, only email, only documented, only formal. No, depends on the communication objective. What's the message you want to pass? What is the contents you need to have? What kind of language or formats in this communication should carry on in order to deliver the best understanding to reach to the other audience, right? What kind of the channels, maybe use multiple channels, not only example about communicating about the risks related to the coronavirus, something new, something never happened before, and most of us do not know. So how do we communicate effectively to all our employees? For the management, maybe you can have just a general guidelines or whatever the thing is. But for employees, maybe you have to do face-to-face. Maybe you have to do some drawing. Maybe you have to do a little bit demo video, how to wear a mask, how to wash your hands, etc. So there are different type of communication channels you can use. What are the formats? What are also, you may say, okay, we have many channels, but does my employee has the access to that channel? Example, we said earlier, you're using email, the employee doesn't even have access to the email. What's the point, right? You may using certain channel, the employee does not know how to get into that channel. These are the things that we might look into when we come to that. Also, do you look at, example, we do communication, we do this and that, and when we find out in our company, seems this awareness related to the prevention of this pandemic related to say social distance or wearing mask is not really effective because people are not doing it. Do we really look into what might be not as effective? How can we better communicate? How can we better reinforce such a practice in our workplace? These are the things might be. So one of the I call the COVID situation question could be, how did your company ensure effective communication with employees during the COVID-19 pandemic? Some employees may be scattered in different work locations. Some employees may be working from home. Some employees are certain projects. Some employees have to go for different shifts because we have to spread people. And when they're having their meal and stuff, everybody in certain hours or certain time, now we be making different lunch break time become different in order to spread or to have more distance or more preventive measures in place. So what kind of things did your organization do once come to ensure effective communication, right, in this kind of situation? So these are the things that especially can be covered during this unique time. Now, of course, we talk about the recognition and those, right? So let me hide this one. Okay. So in this case, we talk about the staff recognition and performance appraisal. From our previous experience, when you talk about the organization, they will say, yes, we do have a performance appraisal system, but the performance appraisal forms and object setting, the proper assessments, the informal, the formal, the annually, and all this, very often they apply to office staff and above, supervisors, managers, and office staff. But when you talk about the labor category, sometimes organization or some companies, they may not have a very structured way. Then other companies, because construction worker example, they are skill-based. I don't really do a same kind of performance appraisal as we do with the office-based staff. So in here, we are having a certain type of skill-based, competence-based kind of performance appraisal by their supervisor, and maybe throughout the year in observation, in the actual work produced, in the quality of their work, and based on that, they give them performance appraisal. And then of course, after appraisal, when you have good performers versus lower performers, what do? Do you promote the good one? Do you recognize the good ones? How do you reinforce those good practice or good behavior? And once come to one not meeting the performance requirement, what do? Do you send them back to the training for them to retrain, re-enhance the skills until they reach the requirement and move them back to the project, to the site, to whatever? So these are the things that you may look into. And also, well, if once the performance gap identified, do you put in any kind of training or any kind of development practice in place to help them to improve their skills, improve the performance, right? So these are the, and how do you set evaluation criteria for employee performance? These are the things that the company is supposed to cover in this area. The assessors, this is what we might look for. That involvement and freedom of opinion. Here is really about, do I as employee, no matter which level I am, maybe I'm the cleaner in the company, maybe I'm the office boy in the company, do I have a voice, right? So in this case, the involvement and those also could be, does the company continuously interact with various labor groups by sharing with them the information related to the company, the plans, the projects, our objectives of our function, example, or our project team, and what are the policy systems? Do we involve and do we inform them? And also, do we involve them to get their opinion, get their feedback, understand their needs, understand their expectations, to create this kind of trust feeling? Remember, how do you create trust? Is you are really involving them, you are communicating with them, you are transparent with them. And do we involve them in work-related feedback or decision-making? They are the people working in the front. They're saying all these things. They're dealing with customer. They see the challenges. They see the problems. They may come up with the right solutions or suggestions as well. So do we involve them in the decision making? Or example, we want to improve our labor camp facility because during the assessment or whatever, we found out we need to have a lot of enhancement. So what do? We just simply discuss between the management and the contractor. We decide this is what we should have, or do we involve the people actually living the labor camp and ask them with their suggestions and opinion where you think we should improve, which are the things we should include, example. So these are the things we're talking about. And of course, sometimes it's not possible that we talk to all the 1,000 employees in the company, but maybe we talk to the staff representatives from those employees that can collectively share the views, share the needs, share the expectation about those employee groups. Yeah. Now, of course, we will not forget the final thing, which is internal external audit. In here, we have to keep in mind, we not talk about the business excellence and those, we not talk about the financial audits. Here, we're talking about the audits related to the area of labor welfare, labor care. So here, what's the audits, internal, external audits? Mostly we're covering the HR related, occupational health safety related, the facility, the workplace, the labor camp, the transportation, the suppliers we use, we do compliance audits or any other audits, right? So these are the audits. Of course, audits has to be carried out by qualified auditors, whether it's our own auditor or third-party independent auditors. And once the audit is done, usually what will happen? You have audit reports. Audit reports will highlight the compliance or anything does the company look into that? Does the company take corrective actions? Do we ensure that we are really improving and ensure our compliance and all the necessary things? These are the things we're talking about as internal and external audit. So now, communication and feedback. Remember the 4 things we just talked about? What are the common assessment challenges or the assessors' mistakes that we might make when we assessing the area of communication and the feedback, which is covering the 4 elements, which is communication channel, the appraisal and motivation, the involvement and freedom of expression or opinion, right? And internal, external audit. So let's see, what do we think as the team collectively? What are the suggestions which we have here? What are the challenges we may see in here? name is just coming out. So this area needs a little bit more thinking, I think. Some people, we haven't got any input in yet. Ah, the first one's coming. Very good. Okay, let's look at this one. The audit results from external or internal audits are not communicated. Workers don't get to know the system-related issues reported by auditors. So again, if those things relevant to the workers, their work or their things, do we inform them of the findings, or do we inform them to say, based on the audit, we are doing those kind of improvement activities or actions, right? We can ask evidence like complaints register. Yes. How the complaints were resolved and communicated. Absolutely. Toolbox training on daily basis on the project side. You see, when we talk about assessment, we said what are the documents they have, what are evidence they might provide. Then we talk to the people about those. We talk to the management team about this during the site visit, right? In most companies, there is no internal, oh really? So many companies we are assessing there's no internal audit altogether. Okay, they don't have internal audit, but maybe they do external audit. That is also fine. Maybe they say we don't do internal audit, but we do the external audit as required. Performance appraisal process for workers, staff, representatives, if they present the labor effectively. Also, some company does not share the assessors, the audit reports as they are advising. Confidential. Everything's confidential in our companies. So whether we do well, we not do well, we just keep that way. You see, that's where the communication problem coming in. Okay, not having a person in charge.
So can I interfere?
Sure. You want me to go back to the previous point?
Yes.
Okay, I'll highlight this.
I would like to highlight that the performance appraisal process usually, from my experience, it's not sure how they appraise employees. This is number one. And how is the feedback or communicated to employees? This is one thing. The people who represent the staff in the meetings or something, they are appointed by management. So we cannot say if they are effectively representing the people or their feelings or what their frustrations or something. This is another thing. Also, when I assess the company, which I assessed 2 years back, they told us, like, we want to see the audit reports. We want to see if the action is taken, if something is taken. They said, we cannot share with you the audit reports.
Because confidential.
Because it is confidential. So how come, this is...
Okay. Yeah. You see, this is something we addressed during our awareness session with companies as well. We told them that our assessors there's a confidential clause that they have to sign before they even assessing your company. And whatever you show them, it will help you to prove that your organization have those practices in place. So if they refuse to share with you, refuse to show you, then obviously the assessors once come to the scoring compared to a company that fully providing the information, that scoring will be slightly different. So obviously, but you are right. Some companies, they do not, maybe they didn't want to show you the not too good performance side of the thing. So they say it's confidential because that's a very easy excuse in a way. But good organizations or the companies really aiming for improvement and really participating in Taqdeer for the essence of the Taqdeer word, then they are the ones supposed to be. Yes, go ahead.
So they told us, why do you want the audit reports? By that sentence. Wallah, I remember it. I couldn't forget it. Why do you need the audit reports? Why do you ask us to come to the meeting? I was like, what? What is this? Really, it was so like strange. Like,
That's true. That's something unfortunate as well. In this world, you may see fantastic companies. You may see some companies beyond your imagination of kind of, does this sort of company still exist in business? But unfortunately, this is the reality. You may have really different type of organization, different type of company. Once come to different things. There's someone saying kind of, we give them visa, give them salary, what more they want? You know, this kind of attitude, this is definitely not the essence of Taqdeer, you know, appreciation of the employees, appreciation of the workers. But unfortunately, sometimes, yes, you do face this kind of companies too. Okay, how do the blue-collar employees communicate with the line manager? Do they receive skill-based training apart from what they're doing? Have you been promoted? Okay. Have a notice board used, a toolbox session used to communicate non-daily tasks? It's about communication channels now, yeah. Main issues are faced if employees are not empowered to speak freely. Okay, so it depends on the company culture. That's true. You can feel when you're actually assessing some employees or the culture, you can tell they are all fear culture, or even during the actual initial site visit with the management team, you will notice that as if only one person talking and all the others are fear of this person in a way, or fear with a few. So that's true. You can definitely tell this kind of open or kind of empowered or feel free to express what the communication approach the company use in their employees and how do they respond to solve the problem. That's part of the complaint example. Yeah, you may complain. We accept and we do nothing about it. That's a problem, yeah. Okay, all companies working experimentally will have worker welfare audit report done by, oh, very interesting. Okay, this is something please keep in mind. If the company you are assessing, if the company you are assessing is Expo 2020 contractor or company working on the 2020 project, then the Expo 2020 office, they carry out a worker welfare audit. So you may be able to ask as assessors team to look at those audit reports. I think this is suggested by Saeed, right? If I'm not mistaken. Thank you for the input. So this, you see? So this is something that we may be aware, because if they already have workers welfare audits, they probably doing, or generally doing, at least they were trying to align their day-to-day performance or day-to-day practice with the requirement of Expo 2020. So we were really quite happy this year. We will have some companies are from the Expo 2020 projects. And those companies, to be honest, we expect them hopefully to do better compared to the other company who are not in those projects. Okay, have you given a suggested improvement? Has it been adopted? Oh, this one. Okay, this one will be very useful later. We come to the innovation and suggestion. That is definitely valid, but this will be in that area. Okay, great. Let's move on. Now we talk about the next one. Here we have 4 key areas: justice and fair treatment, transparency and openness in decision-making, freedom of worship, and diversity. Here, sometimes I do get in assessors say, so, you know, some area a little bit overlapping. Yes, but the focus is slightly different. However, when you talk about application of that, it applies to similar process, whether it's coming to recruitment, when it's come to fairness related to the jobs you assign, whether it come to promotion, whether it come to salary benefits, etc. So yes, when you talk about non-discrimination, when you talk about the fairness, sometimes they have a little bit overlapping area, but the essence of here is focusing on the specific. So here, if we talk about the essence of this part is really the company that we're assessing, we want to make sure that they practice just honesty and equality throughout all the labor categories, right? They have been fair for all the, you know, labors. And then this could be related to assigning tasks. Example, let's say during this pandemic, that we know that certain jobs or certain tasks carried out by our staff has carried out more risks, that they have to interact with people closely and really have risk of catch on this virus. So who do we assign those staff carry on those we call more risk exposed jobs? Because, you know, this is my buddy, this is my friend, I'm the supervisor, so all the people that I am kind of have good relationship with, I make sure they don't get on those so-called risk exposed jobs. I only assign to other people, or those people who does most of the jobs because you are capable, because you are, you know, motivated, you are really responsible person, so all those jobs goes to you. Are we really fair in this case, right? So these are the things we're talking about when we talk about fairness, when we talk about just, that in all different areas, whether it's performance appraisal, whether promotion, whether it's learning opportunities, whether it's reward benefits or the salaries or the job grades, etc., we need to make sure the companies do a kind of practice those fairly. Okay. There's a suggestion from Hari Haram that we may have a quick 5 minutes break before we move to the results. Okay, we'll see based on that, Hari Haram, okay? Because we do have a lot of material to cover. Let's see, yeah. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. So here, transparency, openness in decision making. So here, be transparent. Remember, sometimes we already kind of, if you notice from our early discussion, some part already come out. Are we transparent with the people about the findings? Are we transparent, communicate back to the people about employee satisfaction survey findings? Every year we do employee satisfaction survey. We never tell you what's the satisfaction rating. We never tell you what are the areas that's the employee really concerned. And we never tell you what are the things the company is doing to improve on that area. Or we do the accommodation or whatever, the audits. Remember the audits mentioning? We never tell anybody about the findings, or we hide the findings. So here about the company transparency with employees, especially in the area that's related to employees, right? So this is something about that. The second thing about the openness in decision making. Do we empower them to make decisions? Or they have to, I'm a shift worker, that I face this challenge. I cannot, although I know the solution, I know how to solve it, but I'm not empowered to take such a decision. So what do? I will report to my supervisor. My supervisor also not empowered. What does he do? He reports his supervisor manager. Then the manager reports the duty manager or the shift manager or the operation manager. So then this is really not the thing we are looking in, right? Look at. So this is what the assessor we might look at. Does this company really transparent with their employees? Do they share work-related information with their people? Do they share corporate or those performance-related result to employee? You did performance appraisal. You assessed my things. You never tell me how am I doing. You don't even let me know how I was doing or which area I'm not doing right. That is not the purpose of the whole performance, right? Right and freedom to discuss things that's concerning them. Do they have will they be able to express their opinion? Are they empowered to make decisions? Things like that. Okay, now the next one, freedom of worship. Remember in the old days, it was called the freedom of religion, I think. And due to the suggestion or the feedback from the jury or the judging committee, so they said let's modify this to the freedom of worship. So here most of the companies, they're doing okay, I think, in this area from the past experience. Here it's about really we know Dubai is a place with more than 200 nationalities live together, and how do we ensure tolerance as a company for different religious beliefs, and we allow our people to practice such belief, right? So some companies says in our accommodation, we have a mosque in place. We may dedicate a certain room. We may call it the temple. We may call it religious, whatever the name will be, so people can practice their religion if they are not Muslim, example. And also we allow people to have access to those facilities, that they can attend the church, they can go for certain temple to do their religious ritual practice, whatever. And also once come to certain religious holidays, maybe we allow them to leave a little bit earlier, maybe allow them to take day off or take their leave, and that they can attend the celebration or the church or the whatever the celebration of the religious holidays, right? So these are the things that the organization should cover when it comes to the freedom of worship. Finally, diversity. Diversity is something that we may need to also, again, sensible based on the company, its own context. So yes, go ahead. Yeah.
Going back to the previous slide, I have a comment.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, mostly the labor camps will have the prayer room. which is basically for the Muslims. But then we experienced in our previous assessments that the majority is not Muslims there. They are either Hindus or they are Christians.
So how do they
the
practice?
Exactly. Now you have a prayer room for the Muslims, that's understandable. But then if the majority is some other religion, which is Hindu or Christians, they should have their prayer room as well. So what they'd say is they are allowed to pray or practice within their room. I said, why not?
Your bedroom. That's the,
majority is of that religion. Why won't you dedicate just one room for them as well?
Exactly.
So that's something which is imbalance in that assessment part.
Absolutely. That's where we say we need to look into the context. Absolutely. I thank you for bringing this up. Exactly. If majority of my staff are all this one, and I don't provide facility, but I provide facility where the very few members are actually going to use, then it's not a balanced way, right? And that's why from our own assessment, we have seen some company where they dedicated rooms for the example they call temple or whatever the name, places that people can actually practice a different type of religion. That is more encouraged. That's true. Yeah. Okay, can I move on to the next one? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Diversity. Diversity here we're talking about depends again, you see, the industry or the business. So example, let's say I'm hypermarket and my employees or the workers, mostly say cashiers or the floor workers, these are the people I can recruit from multiple countries, regions, ladies, female, male, and different age group, different background, etc. That's no issue, right? But if, say, I'm a construction industry and the workers are physically in the building of projects, do I expect to see a lot of ladies and a lot of those? Probably not. So in this case, we have to be a little bit more sensible when it comes to diversity. And also in certain industry or certain companies, they can include people with determination, which is they may have a little bit disability in certain things, but they still can do the, say, jobs on certain tasks. But when it comes to physical demanding, like construction workers, probably I cannot imagine someone on wheelchair should do such a job, right? So that's why we do not see diversity. You have to have that percentage of sun. So no, you have to be very sensible. Now, when it comes to diversity, sometimes companies will say, okay, due to the visa requirement, due to the minimum wages requirement, due to our own cost constraint, we have no option but to recruit our labor force mainly from maybe very limited countries, 1 or 2 countries, example, or few markets, right? Then how do we ensure diversity in this case? Maybe I cannot ensure diversity in this case when it comes to nationality, because majority of our people, example, are Indians. It's Indians. I cannot say that I have to spread every nationality like that. But how can we ensure diversity in this case? Maybe why do recruitment? Instead of I only recruit from one city or one region in India, because that's the only market I can get the right, right qualification, skills, whatever, with the right pay. Maybe I need to ensure that I encourage or give the opportunities for people across the country, different regions, south, north, east, west, whatever the place might be. So this way, I ensure diversity within a nationality, because again, India is a very diverse country by itself as well. So that's why when we talk about diversity, we have to look into the business context, and we have to understand the business needs and why they're making such a decision, and what are the action they're putting in to ensure the maximum diversity they can when they do their business or practice. This is something we need to keep in mind. Do not just let having a checklist checklist mentality that most people from one nationality, then they must be so bad at diversity. We have to look into those. I'm just giving an example. Okay, great. Exercise, practice, hands-on. Justice and transparency. Remember the 4 things we just talked about? These are the ones, what are the challenges or the mistakes we need to avoid? Here we talk about, remember, transparency, openness in decision-making. We talk about the freedom of religious practice, right? We talk about justice and fair treatment for our employees. And of course, we talk about the diversity lastly. So what are the things, oh, my leg, okay. So what are the things that during our assessment we might face as a challenge? What are the things during our assessment we should avoid making such mistakes as assessors? Think about that. Yeah, think about that. Maybe one thing also we need to be careful when we do assessment. We do not, so we call double reward or double punish, because because some of the criteria are a little bit similar, so we give them high score on all the area because of one thing, or we punish them on all these related criteria area. So we may more specific look into this company. Once come to the diversity, this is how we score them. Or what are the really findings there? Transparency. Okay, transparency is involving the workers in decision making. Is difficult to check during the assessment. So one of the challenges in the assessment could be it's a little bit difficult to really checking or validate the transparency. How do we solve this problem? Now your microphone can be on, huh? Anyone advice? We're facing a challenge as assessors team. We think it's difficult to check during the assessment or during our site visit about transparency. How can we do that? How can we verify this company is transparent or not? Can we talk to the workers? Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
We could check the results. The results should be able to give a certain level of indication as to what extent they are transparent in terms of the communication, number one. And also a focus group would give us a good idea. When I'm saying focus group, maybe it could be speaking to one or two people at a time rather than having a big group.
That's
because
true.
in a big group, again, people are not very comfortable.
I can have a random chat in the workplace or the labor camp, right? I may see some people, we have a random chat, and I found out that the company never share anything with them, that they have never been involved in any decision or whatever. Maybe that gave me a little bit sense.
So,
yes.
So, can we say the number of meetings or conducted in the organization and the records, it's a part of transparency?
Transparency. Yeah, could be. Example, one of the companies that our team assessed, they say the management team, every quarter, they go to every department, every project sites, and they meet with the employees. They share with them about the company plans, the upcoming projects in the next 12 months. They inform them with what's happening in the organization. That's a lot of transparency, right, by this practice. Then the other company, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Sue, they had formed a group which was the only KPI of the group was to do this, to visit all the branches and all the locations and do a survey.
You see? This is what transparency is about. That means they really, transparency also, by the way, we keep in mind, sometimes we have transparency with whom? Only with management team. How about other employees? No, these are all confidential. So this, again, transparency for your employees. Are they aware of what's going on? Example, say, are they aware if the company have to take, the company sometimes could be also, they have difficulty, they have challenges, that they may have to have some people on unpaid leave. Are they transparent? Or suddenly you have a shock. You receive your letter saying tomorrow you will be permanently leaving. Goodbye. Is that transparent? Or instead, maybe that all the employee knows that during the difficult situation, we might have to let go of some jobs. This is how we're going to put our priority, and maybe lasting first out, maybe people near retirement age, maybe blah, blah, blah. Then this is how we'll evaluate, and we will do our best to help you with blah, blah, blah. Then the action taken. You see what I mean? Sometimes these are the things, different practice. Okay, sorry, let me
I can speak. Sorry.
Sure, go ahead. Yeah, sure.
There are two cases. One is, see, any organization should have it, the disciplinary action process should be very transparent. They need to tell what is the offense and what is the punishment you're going to have, and what kind of punishment, what is the process you're going to carry out. So this should be transparent, this should be written and communicated to the workers. The workers should be aware of what is if they're going to do something wrong, what will be the action they're going to face. Absolutely. So that process has to be complained. And again, about communication part, in Expo, whoever is working, if they're more than 50, they have a worker welfare committee. Each company will have a worker welfare committee. So that's mandatory as per us. So you have records on that.
Very good. It's true. Remember in the beginning, we said a code of ethics and code of conduct. You have a code of conduct. Do you inform people what are the consequences? Some people say, why are you firing me? I'm doing everything, but you broke the law, you broke things, that's why. So that's again also transparency in a way, right? Okay.
May I add something here?
Sure, so, go ahead.
Yeah, this is during one of the other assessment cycles and awards. Now we experienced an organization where the management had this policy that every quarter the CEO will have a town hall meeting and to update all the staff and on the current updates. And then he had a delegated responsibility to all the head of the departments to have a monthly town hall meeting to update them on their within department goals and achievements. So this is where the transparency, it's a good practice which comes from the top.
So this is where the whole information cascaded down throughout the whole organization, and different level of the management team, they carry on the same responsibilities in a way, right? Perfect. Exactly. That's a good example.
There was one part of the session where they take the feedback from the employees and their suggestions within the meeting.
That's where the two-way dialogue, two-way communication, and the feedback goes up back to the organization. Then the information goes down to the people again. Yes, yes. Perfect. That's a good example. Thank you. Thank you. Are the employees involved action being taken based on employee opinion survey? You see, we'll talk about, right? We're just doing survey. Every year we ask you, you're fed up telling us and nothing has been done. Or we're really doing something to address the problem. You complain about the labor camp internet problems. Now this year we fixed it. Example. I'm just giving a random example. Okay, the code of conduct should be in different languages so people will understand. Yeah, remember we talked about that? It's not you having it, it's how you ensure people understand it and actually apply into the day-to-day behavior in the organization, right? So sometimes they see when we do assessment, sometimes they have all the documented documents, they have all the perfect system, but when it comes to real practice or a real execution, a lot of things are missing there. So this is where
So I just wanted to add one more thing, just to add to the point, the earlier point where I'd mentioned, is once an employee opinion survey is conducted, it is the employees themselves, and then, you tabulate all the scores, and then it is the employees, they themselves are nominated as focus groups, who actually come about or suggest solutions, potential solutions as to how that problem or the issue can be resolved. And then it is taken to the management, to seek approval and get it done. So in this way, there's a higher level of engagement from the employees and also from the management.
Absolutely. Sometimes I give example here when we talk about decision making. Sometimes decision making related to them. Why do you need to impose? Example, say, about the employees, the weekly menu, when the kitchen proposed this kind of menu, should the HR or the management say, no, this week this, next week that? No, ask the employees or some representative, which are the ones that you prefer, what you should do, or anything. Feedback based on that, and they will be happier, and the organization providing the same service anyway, whether you're just switching this week to the other week, but you involve them in that. That's where part of the basic things, Sometimes doesn't mean we have to change the whole organization. Sometimes just basic practice that make a difference when it comes in the eyes of the employee, how they perceive it, right? Okay, great. Let's move on. The next one, we have, this is the area that most of the companies, when you look at their final assessment, this is the major gaps. But again, it's not purely the fault of the companies, because remember, innovation in general throughout the whole, even the government sector and all this, still a new thing. And this will take time to mature. So what we really happy to see, this area in the first cycle, most of the companies never even heard of or never had such a practice, anything to do with creativity or innovation. Or at least the creativity innovation has nothing to do with the actual workers. Mostly it's about, management or whatever, the experts team. But when we come back to those companies, some of them, based on the feedback, based on the assessment findings, they even establish the innovation department, appoint the chief innovation officer to really look after the creativity innovation in the organization, which is brilliant when it comes to private sector, right? In certain, especially in the manpower intensive or labor intensive companies. So when we talk about this part, we're covering 3 key sub-elements: the creative suggestions, the reward of those creativity from our employees, and finally the innovative work approaches or systems, right? Or processes. So these are the things that we are covering in the area of creativity and innovation. So when we talk about creative suggestions here is to say, does this company we are assessing, do they have any system in place? Do they have any established methods in place that they encourage employees, motivate them to provide creative suggestions from all labor category, not only the leadership team, not only the office staff, not only from the engineering department, not only from the XYZ department, but all employees can be involved in this. And then, do they have a proper methods of collecting those suggestions, evaluating those suggestions, then later on communicate back to the people who making suggestions in order to really improve the services and all this in the organization, right? And also, do they maintain a list or some kind of records of those suggestions that actually implemented? In this case, many companies may have a suggestion system or suggestion scheme in a way, but here we want to maybe having a suggestion scheme is very good, but we want to maybe a little bit digging a little bit more to see what kind of creative suggestions that they have been involving their employees, right? So if you look at the yellow side on the right, these are different type of things that we assessors we might look for, we may want to ask or related to the creativity and suggestions, right? We may also want to see some as evidence, maybe kind of suggestions received, or if they have some kind of suggestion or creative suggestion that implemented. And one of the things that's related to COVID-19, one of the questions maybe we might want to ask if it's relevant to that company, could be like, did your organization, your company successfully adopted any creative suggestions from your workers or blue-collar employees in fighting COVID-19 or in preventing the spread of the coronavirus example? So these are the things that we may want to see. What are the creative suggestions that workers, the employees made through their system, right? The second thing is we want to look at is, so we ask our employees to be creative, to use their creativity, to be innovative, give our suggestions. And then how do we reward them for that? Do we reward them for the, those creative suggestions that we actually implemented? Do we reward for them by giving them points for the number of suggestions they do, plus whatever the rewarding related, whether it's financially, whether it's non-financial, whether it's recognition or whatever related to those implemented suggestions? Some companies, they may say, when the employee come up with a new method or new way, or sometimes they introduce a new tool that to make their work better or make their employees less tend to injured due to carry heavy weight or whatever the thing is, then what we do, we recognize that, maybe we give them a part of the savings, maybe we give them a financial reward, or maybe we even naming this new tool on the name of this person. So there are different type of reward that they may be related to this. However, we want to see as assessors, do you reward your people for their creativity and innovation? And which kind of reward have you been providing that? And do you have some kind of record or something that's related to that, right? So this is about the rewarding of creativity. Then the last one in this sub-criteria is the innovative way of doing business or innovative way of carry out our day-to-day work and jobs or the practice. So here it's really focusing about developing innovative work systems or processes. In here, I want to also, you see, we use the word of approach here, but when you're actually interacting with the company, don't restrict to that, because this terminology maybe in business excellence award or the company aware of that, or the government sector is widely used. But for a lot of private sector labor intensive companies, they don't use the word like approaches. They more use like systems, process. This is okay. You need to understand, don't restrict you or using the so-called jargon part, yeah? Okay, so does this company that really implemented something very creatively to improve their system, improve their processes that could be benefiting the organization once it comes to the efficiency or the effectiveness of delivering things or produce things? This could result in the reduced cycle time, that better utilization of resources, make customer happier, make the delivery faster, different things. So this is the part related to the innovative work systems or processes. So this is what the creativity and innovation is about. 3 key elements: the creative suggestions, the rewarding of those creativities, and the creative or innovative work systems or approaches they carry out in the organization. So in this case, when we look at the creativity innovation, these 3 key elements, what are the potential challenges for our assessment, and what are the mistakes that we need to avoid? Okay, let's see what our team come up with. Okay, so let's see what do we come up with in these 3 areas. But keep in mind also, please also keep in mind, these are the companies. You do not like the government sector. You do not expect them to have a dedicated innovation department. Most of them will not have an R&D department like we do when we're assessing the UAE Innovation Award. These are Taqdeer awards. However, it's one element of this about creativity and innovation involving their employees, involving their labor force, and rewarding them and implementing those innovative systems to do job better, to make their work better. Yeah. Okay. Many times complaints put forward by the workers are presented as such. I know how you feel. That's true. When we talk about suggestions, we say, okay, what is the system you have? We have a suggestion box full of dust somewhere in the labor camp. And when do you open that? Maybe once every 4 or 5 months. And when they open, all complaints, right? That's not really a good system. How do they encounter the employees encourage, maybe, right? How do you motivate your employees to be creative? How do you maybe provide them with the necessary know-how or the tools to be creative? How do you guide them? How do you, example, you may say, instead of say, we want creative suggestions, maybe you say, we have a challenge, we want creative suggestion to solve this particular problem. So then employees can come up with solutions or ideas, right? Not just randomly, okay, give us suggestion on what? Give us suggestions on how do we improve the labor camp facility. Give us suggestions how can we improve the safety and the work environment, example. Give us suggestions on how can we improve what? The menu, the food, So as a practice of rewarding of innovation workers, we need to look at list of workers. Yes, example. Yes, we want to look at what kind of, give us examples of workers has been rewarded for their creativity. When we talk to workers in our focus group, those, have you heard anyone has been rewarded because he gave a very creative suggestion that the company rewarded him for that, right? Training on creativity, idea management, proposals, transparency, idea record, channels give, yeah. How can I submit my ideas? My ideas submitted through the box, or my ideas submitted through which channel, right? And how do you keep those records of those? Yeah, most companies do not have anything to show for. That's true. Some companies never heard of such thing. They don't have anything to show. That's where the improvement, remember when we do assessments, we know not every company is automatic 5-star companies. Many of them starting maybe 1-star or even 2-star companies, right? Then they identify the gaps. That's where we say areas for improvement, right? When they say, okay, I've got nothing on this area, maybe I need to do something about it. Maybe I should just start with baby step, involve my people, maybe do some focus groups. Maybe we discuss about something, how can I have suggestions or creative suggestions to solve specific problems, right? What are the challenges faced during learning? Did you give any ideas? You see, that's creative ideas of this. How can we better prevent our employees from contracting those viruses? What are your suggestions? Innovation differs from company to company, and what to consider innovation. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Maybe that's what we're saying. Everything has to look at the company's business context, the industry they are in. You cannot judge in the same way of innovation as we judging as a high-tech company. No, it's different. For them, maybe an innovative way, as I suggest, maybe they introduced a new tool that will help people to lift heavy stuff without getting their back injured frequently, right? Maybe their innovation could be introduce a new way of effectively transport employees from work and this with the minimum waiting time, better efficiency, or whatever the thing might be, right? Covers as an issue, and the managing work as a problem. Did your line manager conduct any way of brainstorming activity, like giving suggesting something? Okay, so during COVID-19, your company, did you face any challenges? When you're facing those challenges, have you involved your employees coming up with suggestions, ideas to solve those challenges? Yeah. One of the camp boss couldn't find the key to suggestion box. What's that? Oh, yeah. Wait, I have a key. Let me find it. Where did I keep it? I like this one. This is fantastic. As an assessor, that's not to advise how to implement. Yes. We are assessors. We are not consultants on site to give advice. That's assess their practice, their performance related to that. We highlight the gaps, we highlight area of improvement. Then they will decide what's the best way to involve or engage their employees in the innovation, in their specific business and industry. Absolutely, that's true. Okay, great. Let's move on to the last one. This is the easy one. This is the area that most companies doing very well because by law, by regulation, we have to. Resident sponsorship, human trafficking. In here, when we talk about resident sponsorship, really we're talking about, do this company provide the necessary work permit, obtain the resident sponsorship IDs and all this before they allow the workers to on board to do the work? Then in addition to that, do they renew those on time? Do they forget about the passport renewal by the time the visa expiring? Oops, 6 months already. Quickly go and renew your passport in order for us to process the rest. And also remember earlier someone mentioned about the passport holding. This can fall into here as well. That the companies do not hold passports of their staff against their wish, against their consent. However, there are common practice, especially when the worker are living in the shared accommodation and they don't have much really locker space to safe keeping their important document or important IDs or passports. So what they do, many companies, their HR or the labor camp admin departments, they may have a safe or some kind of place where they safeguard those important passports or whatever for the employees, but they make sure the employee agree to give this to the company to safekeep on their behalf instead of putting under their pillowcase, right? On the other hand, also, if say I said I'm okay for you to safekeep my passport, but if I need my passport for whatever reason, I request immediately you should give me. You do not say wait for another 1 week or whatever, I don't get my passport, whether I want to open a bank account, whether I want to get whatever the things require the passports, you know. So in here, most of the companies doing okay, but we just want to verify when we actually go on the site, right? Then, yes, go ahead.
What about in a case where...
My dear, can you speak louder? We cannot hear you, the volume too low.
Okay, I said, what about in a case where one of the employee and one of the focus group confide in you and say that tell you that they pay for their resident permit, they pay for their visa and all that.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So this company unfairly charging employees to pay for their visa and all this, which is the responsibility of the employer. That is a breach of the regulation, right? That the employer should provide those. Not I'm a worker, I have to pay for my own visa and renewal. That is not right. You did face that in one of the assessments?
Yeah, but the person was really scared of
saying
coming
so.
out. So yeah, so I kind of didn't want to make a fuse out of it.
What you can do, example, commonly ask, example, who renews the visa, how do you renew, when is visa renewal, and do you have to pay anything for your visa example, permits or whatever, residence, or do you have to pay anything during the renewal? This is like a random chat. You will find information from different people, not necessarily in a group, one person, maybe he's scared of talking, that's true. But when you walk around, the example, you may randomly talking to people, then you will be able to verify and see what's going on in a way. Yes, unfortunately, you see, that's one of the reasons Taqdeer Award was introduced, because there are companies not fully complying with the government rules and regulations. They're not really putting their efforts to look after the people who really, as part of a very active community member, which is the workforce themselves or the labor force themselves, right? One of the things, by the way, that if relevant, again, please keep in mind, some of the questions down there in blue, these are the ones we're just suggesting could be relevant to the company, may not be totally irrelevant. You don't need to ask every company the same thing. So do not be too rigid as assessor. So let's assume this company, maybe this question relevant. This question could be that what are the new measures implemented by your company during the pandemic to facilitate and provide the maximum flexibility for employees when it's come to this? Example, remember in March and April when everything shuts down, let's assume that this employee, his contract finished. And usually what you do, you cancel the residence, everything, and you buy a ticket for him to go home, right? But during this very special time, no flight is available. People cannot actually go home. So what do? Do you still insist to cancel his visa on the next day and then he will become illegal stay in the country? Or you trying to facilitate within the, what you call this, within the government rules and regulation allowed, and then you trying to facilitate that, as I mentioned earlier, that maybe we talk to Ministry of Labor or they call the Ministry of Human Resources and Advertisation. They said, yes, you can delay the cancellation. You can register them on this temporary, whatever work or job market thing. You can help them, this and that. So do we do that? You know? Okay, now the other one, the traffic, human traffic. This is part of the human rights and international labor organizations. So in our case, from Taqdeer experience, human traffic, as we know, or the international knowing human traffic is limited. However, some organizations, they might recruit illegal workers or the people who are working with this company but on visitor visa. They don't give them work permit. They do not give them any of those. So when we talk about the human trafficking, this could include that laborers are not forced to work. They include that we don't use child labor, people underage, right? We do not use illegal workers to carry out jobs. We want to make sure that recruitment agencies or agents, that they do not put all these unfair charges in our workers in order for them to come to this country. So what they do, they come here, they paid so much, so immediately they want to become illegal workers because they told them how fancy, how rich, how great, how easy finding a fancy job in Dubai. Then when I came here, we spent so much money, suddenly I realized, oh, my salary will take me 2-3 years to recover in order to pay the debts. Then maybe I want to do other jobs. I want to do this and that. This is what the things that we might concerning when it comes to the so-called the human trafficking. Okay, quickly. what are the rules and regulations parts, which is only those two. Remember the work permit and those. What are the potential assessment challenges and mistakes to avoid? This area I think is quick. Will not spend too much time. It will be very fast. Okay. So here we may want to see does the company keep record of or someone responsible for look after the permanent renewal and those ensure timely done, right? Do they keep the passport of the employees? Do they have their consent? And also, how do they ensure that the employees, or how do they ensure that they do not have illegal workers in their organization, right? How do they ensure that how does company manage oh, very good, you see? How does the company manage temporary workers? Are these temporary workers has proper working permits or consent or the necessary comply with the work requirements or the government requirements? There could be challenges on expired visa of employee who are still in the UAE due to pandemic. Neither employee nor okay. You see, this is what we meant by special case. In the old days, we said these are illegal employees. But example, in our case, say this is the challenge, and we consulted with the relevant government entities, and we keep those people who already finished but keep their visa without cancellation until they will be able to go home with the accessibility to flight and to other things. Yeah. Do you have relevant permits to do the work? Okay. First aider, oh, okay. The work permit not only for the work, but for the work in those specialized field. I'm a security guard. Do I need a kind of work permit to do that? Or I'm just anyone can be a security guard, example. Either the worker will consent to give safe, yeah, exactly. Check if this is optional or mandatory, yeah, exactly. Or you have to give me your passport. Why? Maybe I want to keep it under my pillowcase, right? So do I have the right to keep that, or you really force me to do so? Okay. Anything else? If not, we move on, because this area, usually, one more, okay. For assessors, one of the challenges to be aware of the rules and regulations, rules also being interpreted in a way favoring the employer. Especially this year, remember, during the special pandemic time, that the immigration rules has been changed. They really made it lenient, remember? People were trapped, then they say we extend. If you don't renew, you will not be on fine. But now with the opening up that certain people, if you don't leave country, well, that they will become, the overstay will start to count again, right? Are employees our rules and regulations? Okay, so are employees aware of rules and regulations? That's true. Some employees, they finish the job, they're supposed to leave the country, they didn't know, or they know or they ignore, then they become an illegal worker, stay in the country. So what does the previous employer need to do? They need to inform the necessary or the relevant regulation bodies, right? Then they find this person in order to make sure this person either leave or gets the real permit and all these things to stay in the country legally. Okay, very good. So as Hari Haran suggests, you want another 5 minutes break, or should we carry on and finish earlier? I mean, not earlier, finish on time, to be honest.
I think let's carry on and finish.
Let's carry on, finish. Yeah, okay. Okay, Hari Haran, veto. Okay. Let's look at criteria 3. Criteria 3, please. I want everybody's attention. Remember, this is 500 points. This is 50% of the overall score. So in here, if we are making as a team, making, scoring differently or slightly error margin here could impact heavily on the overall score of the participating company. So this is where we need to be really careful. When we talk about the first part, perception, this is how the employee perceive their perception of this company, whether they perceive them as a labor care organization, right? How satisfied they are. So usually this is related to the satisfaction survey, or sometimes they call it engagement survey, sometimes they call it happiness survey, whatever the name they give them. But the survey essence of it should be focusing on the key elements which is the core of Taqdeer, right? Sometimes also keep in mind, the company do annual employee survey, because this survey applies to all employees. So this survey may not covering specific for labor camp, because not everybody living on labor camp, right? So they may do one general employee survey. Maybe they do a separate survey specific for the labor camp or facilities, or even for the food or whatever related, right? So that is perfect fine. You have to look at what are the relevant things to that. Now, the second thing also, when we talk about the surveys, the survey should cover the relevant areas that's relevant to this company. Because not every company has to, you know, survey their employee on the things that they don't provide. Then what's the point, right? So they usually survey on the services they provide. So here we have a list of the areas that based on the criteria 1 and 2, the core areas. But this, again, not a checklist, not something say, oh, they did not ask employees specifically about the maternity and paternity leave, so this will reduce a big score from them. That's also not fair. It has to be relevant to the organization, relevant to themselves. And these are just the lists, but not limited only to this. And also it's not checklist to say they all have to have every item on it. So please keep that in mind, always relevance to the companies. So there are different elements related to the satisfaction survey. And usually the company, when they design the survey, there is a reason for them to put those survey questionnaire or the question they ask or the area they want to have the feedback. And then you may find out or ask or interact with the company during the side of it, find out why they select those criteria to be part of the, or select those areas that they actually obtain the survey feedback, right? This is additional items related to that. I see the chart has 2 things blinking. So it's very important time. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Okay, need to, I will keep that during our discussion. This is absolutely true. Okay, sorry, okay. So the survey, the point of survey is really you want to find the feedback and satisfaction level of your employees regarding the services, regarding the communication, regarding the care, regarding various areas that the company relates to the employees, right? So the second part of the performance indicators here, these are not perceptions anymore. These are usually the organization KPIs which they have in place, the key measures they are measuring related to, again, the Taqdeer criteria related. We don't want them to measure how many financial audits they have done, how many of those things irrelevant to our award, you know what I mean? So we want to measure this. Remember the juice survey every year we talk about? It's not a survey about how fresh this juice, how tasty this juice, how happy you are with this juice. We're talking about how happy you are with the organization, whether they are caring for you as employer, right? So here the performance indicators here are the KPIs related to various fields, such as, again, it's not a checklist, it's not a must-have list. These are the common things that are relevant to the specific companies. Could be the complaints, if we talk about complaint system, percentage of resolved complaints, right? It could be about the rewarding employees, remember? They reward them, so what are the percentage or the number of laborers or workers rewarded, right? This could be the number of grievances resolved, the number of received suggestions, right? They could be the turnover rate, right? Could be the turnover rates during probation, turnover rates for overall employees or staff, example, right? And this could be percentage of suggestion implemented. This could be the number of major minor injuries recorded. What does this mean? We refer back to the occupational health and safety, remember. And could it be number of training hours, average number of training hours or total number of training hours conducted on occupational health and safety, right? This could be the percentage of labor participated in our social events or activities, remember, back to the CSR part. Could be the percentage of laborers received internal promotion. Remember, recruitment, internal promotion, internal job opportunities, like that. So different type of measures that is relevant to this company related to the labor welfare overall. Okay, so when we talk about the result, what do we look for? We told the companies trying their best to provide us with charts, because we have seen before, sometimes they don't really organize data in a nice way. So we end up with some really strange reports trying to find a figure in page 5, then go to page 15, find another figure, which is very challenging for assessors. So during our awareness session, we're trying to emphasize again with the companies on these things you're trying to provide. And from the past experience, remember, many of you seeing the result, they forget the targets. So a major part of the score lose because they did not put target, not because they don't have it. Sometimes they just forgot to put it. They didn't know they need to put it, such like that. And many of them did not have segmentation. It's a common area for most of the companies. They did not segment their results. So example, they may provide you with employee satisfaction survey or index or numbers, but they did not segment the example between the labor force versus the others, or maybe between the certain departments, depend on what they want to, you see, segmentation also is not standard. Depend on what the organization want to find the information or the insight is about. Example, if my organization has a balanced number of female and male employees, maybe I want to check if the satisfaction rating between male and female are similar or there's major gaps. Maybe I want to check that the satisfaction is that similar for the people who are in projects or for the people who are in other areas. Maybe I want to see the satisfaction specifically related to the facilities, medical insurance, or medical those specific area. So it depends on what's the purpose of the organization, what's the insight they want to get out of the survey, they may segment accordingly. So it doesn't mean that the segment has to base on exactly the same way every company. No, not necessarily. But of course, when you talk about the survey, you have to look at how they design the questionnaire, how do they collect the data. This is where I think Nitu was talking about the timing as well. You complete the survey, because after that we give you a bonus. So everybody's happy because you're going to pay me. Of course, I'm very happy to give you the feedback of good rating because I will receive benefits. So again, the timing, the methods of collecting data, how do you ensure that people are really giving as much as possible their honest feedback? Or we using a group in a way that the supervisor there and all the HR knows exactly who answered the words, so people don't dare to tell the freely to really giving the real feedback on the survey. So once come to the actual performance results, again, we talk about KPIs, targets, the actual performance. Based on those, we'll be able to see the trends. Say, let's assume that the company did not show you the trends, but they did give you target and achievement. We can tell the trends by looking at this. And also remember, not all trends positively are good. Depends on. Example, if we talk about the number of incidents recorded, if they keep going up, it's not a good thing. Why is, if it's a negative trend, in this particular case, could it be a good thing, which is a positive, right? So again, when we talk about trends, we have to be careful what they're measuring. So not everything positive is the right. Then segmentation again, and all this information. Okay. Now, as usual.
So I just have got one question.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Especially with regard to the incidents, I have certain reservations in terms of if the graph is showing slightly higher, or I mean, I'm not saying very significant, if it becomes higher than the previous year. The reason could also be that earlier they were not recording certain incidents, and now they have started recording incidents.
Absolutely.
So it is better to investigate a little more as to reason for the increase, rather than straight away saying that the performance is increased, so they have not done a good job.
Absolutely. So what we do in this case, example, we notice that we may become a site visit issue. We want to verify with the company. They will be able to tell you why it's happening, right? So this is why we need to really be very specific. I totally agree with you. We need to invest more time. Sometimes, as I mentioned to you, from our own experience as well, if we just look at the result, the weighted percentage, we will see they don't have this, they don't have that. But sometimes if we really put extra efforts, look in details of that, digging between different pages and find out things, actually they do have certain things. But again, it's not really the assessor's job trying to create those imaginable charts based on those very scattered information. However, if we be, you know, a little bit more extra efforts in this sense, that we could really digging a little bit more about this organization. That's why in a way we're telling organizations, trying your best to make life for assessors better. It's in your own interest that assessors will be able to assess in the information in a much more clearer way. Okay, let's see this one. Okay, it's better to see the worker satisfaction survey result for the last 3 years. Yes, and see the survey result if available. Absolutely, absolutely. Now, very often people ask how many years results. We say minimum 2, preferably 3, especially for the company aiming for 4- and 5-star companies, because you know, if the company is new or considered young, then maybe 2 years is okay. But we always encourage company to do 3 years if possible. That's true. Then again, also I think one of the frequent asked questions as well. When do we, what is the latest result we provide? Depends on the measurement cycle. Example, if they are annual, towards December, we have the results. So we expect to see 19, 18, 17, right? If their result for certain things are before, say, June each year or by mid-year, then we may see that 2020 results in those relevant place. So again, this is depends on each company. Look for relevant segment result rather than segment just for absolute. This is what I exactly emphasize. Not because I'm segment for segments. Why do we segment? We segment because we want to see there's any differences between this and that. Example, maybe I want to check the satisfaction related labor camp compared to camp A and camp B. Camp B is the new one which we designed for Expo, whatever. The camp A is our traditional one in, say, Jibali. Then I noticed those two groups, the satisfaction are totally different. Then this gave the management an insight or conclusion, maybe some kind of improvement, whatever. Yeah, okay. What about this year and the labor result? Ah, okay. Here, you see, this year, maybe it could, maybe it will in fact to lower the satisfaction, maybe even make a higher satisfaction, depends on how the company handling that. Remember, this is what the people feel, this is people perception, right? And then maybe this is where you can compare, maybe this year's satisfaction, if it's a dramatically decreased compared to last 2 years, then maybe you will find out from the company. Maybe they can tell you due to this, due to that, and there are challenges, there are this and that. Okay. Was any analysis done after perception? Whatever? Yeah, exactly. We did have a case, unbelievable. They did a survey. Now we say, what's the finding? What is the report? No, we didn't do report. We just asked everybody, fill the survey, job done, tick off, we're okay. They didn't even analyze the survey. They didn't have anything come out of it. So this is something, yeah. Check for post-survey communication to workers. Yeah, do they inform employees? Sometimes we have seen companies, what they do, they say, this is our action plan based on our last year's survey. And these are the things that HR was in charge of putting the action plan, and we assign ownership of implementation timelines. This is fantastic. In last assessment, employees are found to be good during focus group, but the results were not properly captured by organization. It became a challenge to make. Yes. Some companies, they're not really having a structured way. They don't have, like we understand, expert in quality, in excellence in those areas. So they really have people really running their specific functions. So when they're doing employee satisfaction survey, maybe they didn't ask the right question. Maybe they didn't do the survey proper. So the result may show different, or maybe the people did not understand the question themselves, right? Then when you're actually meeting people, people are quite happy with the organization. They're very happy with the thing. So yes, it does sometimes come into contradiction. You know, even myself, when we do, sometimes after proper training, yeah, we always ask for evaluation of the training, and it states very clearly that 1 is the lower, the 5 is the higher. Sometimes we can tell the person putting 1112, 1111, and we, in a way, we obviously know this person must be mistakenly switched the score. They thought 1 is the highest. So in this case, we might need to, This case, we know people did not understand the scoring properly. So it might also happen in the survey. They didn't understand the questionnaire. They didn't understand how this was filled in. So maybe the result coming out not really representing the real truth. Yeah. More important would be that what action has been identified based on the perceived intent. Okay. But here again, it's important to have that, but also we need to important to know that's because when we're assessing the result, we're checking on the, remember, the scope, relevance, targets, and all this. So we need to make sure all those are covered because that's where the score will come in. Okay, great, great. Now what are potential? This is similar. Performance indicators. Anything different from what we said there, which is the perception survey part. These are the actual performance indicators. These are the companies that, you know, certain measures from HR, certain measures from maybe safety and occupational health and operations, certain measures from training department, certain measures from other departments. So this is where the performance indicators as the organization, but in the focus of Taqdeer criteria related. What are the challenges we may see here from the companies, from your past experience? Or what are the mistakes as assessors we need to avoid? Here again, I would imagine the mistakes to avoid that, to say this company that you must have those specific measures. But again, you know, if this company, so they only show you 5 measures overall related, I mean, that's all they showing you. Compared to another company, they showing you say about 12 measures and related to different areas. Which one will have a higher scoring once it comes to scope and relevance once it comes to this? I would imagine the 12 and relevant measures will have a little bit higher score, at least higher score compared to the company only measure very few, right? Okay, look for the raw data and performance indicator will be filtering to represent, okay. So you are concerned about maybe they are not really representing the real data, they're making some kind of nice kind of results to show. Most of the graphs lack targets. Yes, 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 absolutely. A lot of them, they forget our targets. That's why we keep emphasizing to them, please have targets. Otherwise you lose the entire targets part. Not because you don't have, they may have it, but they never mention in the result. Performance indicator should be broad-based, covering different areas. Yes. Remember we said if you have only cover turnover, only cover of injury records, that's not enough. We need to have more balanced, yeah. Lack of benchmarking, please, guys, keep in mind. It's not EFKM assessment. We are not in business excellence. Benchmark in Taqdeer is not a must. It's nice to have if they benchmark their performance or when they're setting target, they look into the benchmarks. But if this company say, I did not do the benchmark, but I have target, I have performance, I have trends, I have those, do we really punish them for they do not have a benchmark with other companies? Be careful. In the case of this case, we do not really have to have benchmark. It's not a must have as we do with other awards. Please keep that in mind. Avoid too much focus on reduction of sick leave. To check what action taken to be. Okay, so again, that's mimic recording certain measures or certain KPIs or the result. That's not to have our automatic assumption. Why is this, right? Okay, we need to look for results relating to Taqdeer award record. Absolutely, absolutely. This one, please, cannot emphasize enough. We are assessors for what? We are assessors for Taqdeer award. Remove all our hats for all the other words. Remove our hats as trainers, as consultants, as advisors, as anything. We are here assessing them as Taqdeer award assessors. We assessing them based on Taqdeer award criteria and specific criteria elements. Very good. Thank you. Thank you, whoever highlighting that. Causality analysis is very important due to the pandemic. We're not judging media. Yeah, that's not judge. Remember, it's not judgment. We are assessments. Let's not judge and do our assumptions. We can always ask, verify. Okay, now let's move quickly. This is just the list. I think most of them are already used to this in all kind of awards. Different type of evidence might be sample, depends on what they provide, right? Could be record, could be images, could be processes, could be reports, could be anything. That is perfect fine. Now, we'll talk about assessment now. This one, please, 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 again, we are not auditors, we are assessors. We are not here looking into compliance and control. We are here to analyze this company's level of achievement compared to the Taqdeer award criteria and criteria elements, that to see their level of performance in the area of labor welfare. Not about this company, is that this successful company, are this company have great business strategy? No, we're talking about, is this company is a Taqdeer company. We analyze performance. We're not compliance and control. We do not say you must have this, this, this. You're not complying with this, this, this. Just be careful the language we use as well when we're writing report. Huh? Okay, so what do we need to do? What do we need to use when we assess? We assess based on this triangle, 3 elements: the applicant, which is his submission documents, the evidences he provides, and the site visit, which we had the interaction with the organization, right? Then we compare with what? We compare with the criteria, which is the framework and the criteria of Taqdeer awards. How do we score them? We score them based on the online scoring system. By the way, this year, Taqdeer Award Office, they got the technical team. They are doing some enhancement or whatever thing to do with the online assessment system. To be honest, I have not have the access to the system yet. So here I can only give you guidelines and ideas, but the actual system, by the time the assessment happens, they will assign access to each assessor in order to log in and use the system. And if you have any problem with that, I will share with you later on the contact details of the Taqdeer Award Office. You inform them by email or team leader if representing your team. Then they will forward it to the concerned technical team. They can help you with technology or system, whatever related information. However, from our past experience, generally this online system will allow you to log in. Of course, once you are assigned a team, they will provide you login details. So please do check your email, in say between the second half of September to early October. Make sure you do check your email, including junk mail, just in case. Then assessor, usually when you log in, you have a dashboard. In there, you may have your profile. You have access to the company that you have been assigned to. You will be able to tell who are your team, the members of your team, right? And for team leaders in the old days, I remember you can request site visit schedule. But again, if it's not through online, you can always coordinate with the Taqdeer office to do the site visit schedule. Then the assessment will carry out through the online scoring system, where you just choose the performance level and the percentage. The calculation will be automatically done in the system itself. Then, of course, each member of the assessment team, we have to do our individual assessment, desktop assessment, whereby we highlight strengths and the area for improvement. Then after the actual site visits, of course, the team gather together, we do our consensus. Then the team leader will, on behalf of the team, to submit the team final assessment report and scoring. Doesn't mean the team leader will submit his as the final. The team leader will submit what the team agreed on. So team leader makes sure that what you submitted is what the team agreed on. So there's no such thing also called that team leader submitted, team member has no clue what he submitted, he never consulted them, and they said, can we have any idea what you actually submitted? He said, no, it's confidential. We also have our non-transparency practice in our assessment team. This will be a problem. Yes, sure.
Make sure that the scoring which will be done, which will be done in the assessment is a mutual score, because one of the teams
consensus score, no one dictates, not the team leader, not the team member. It's all of us agreed on. If we have disagreement, we discuss, we agree on. And also consensus is not compromise. Not because Sue said 65 And Fatma said 85, which is average, we make an average. No, there's no such thing. We have to discuss why you say 65, why you say 85. What do we agree overall as a team? Maybe 65 we agreed, maybe 80 we agreed. So that has to be a team decision. Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. Another.
Okay,
I have a question.
Yeah.
Can the team leader, for example, during the consensus, they agreed on 3-star.
Okay.
However, the jury, they upgrade the award into 4-star despite that there is a difference of 50 marks or 60 marks?
The jury may come back to the team leader if they feel that the team might relook into that. Then the team leader will communicate with the team to do the necessary action. It might happen, yeah. Example, once I remember one of the cycle, what happened was one company, example, they are only, I think, 4 points or 5 points just below the next style level. So what the judging committee decided finally, they say, which they are very close. As we all know, when we do assessment, this is not a very, it's not something that's 100% each time. So there is always a margin. So the judging committee, what they decided, they said, okay, we want to encourage those companies. We want to allow this company to move upward, but we want to be fair. So what do? We do not only upgrade him. We consider we adding, say, 5 points or 5 cross-board for all, in the sense that if other company also will upgrade due to that, then this is the judging committee. When they decide, they will communicate back to the team. So not usually they will not do that without informing at least the team leader on that. Yeah.
Okay.
So
thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So,
Yes.
So I think adding on the same concern here, I think when the jury comes back to the team leader asking them to review or relook at the scores, I don't think the team members are getting to know. Many of the team leaders are sending it straight back to the jury with the modification. So that might be the situation.
I agree 100%. We get surprised in the award. In the awards ceremony, we get surprised on that.
So you see, that's what we talk about, transparency. We are as a team. Team leader is only... Go ahead, Amanda. Yeah.
So what we can do for this is that many a times it also happens that during the jury meeting, only the team leader is attending the meeting. I think you should make it compulsory for all the team members to be there. It's a team effort. Team leader is just a facilitator. So
team leader is, remember, it's just a representation, like the workers. They have representatives, but those representatives has to communicate back to the team. Otherwise, it's not fair, because it's not team leaders' work. It's the output of the team. So team leader is important for you to involve the team. And also, team leader doesn't mean, it's not not a position, I'm
just a facilitator.
Exactly. Usually team leader. The team leader are putting a little bit more efforts. They coordinating, they motivating, they consolidating, they do a lot of things on behalf. But again, we face some challenges before. Some team leaders are not doing the job. So what happens? They kind of waiting for the team member to do the job, and I'm the team leader. So after I collect from you guys, I put together, become mine, which is not true,
exactly,
not fair. This is totally not acceptable. You are team leader, you are one of the three. You are not above the two. You know what I mean?
Sue, can I add something here?
Sure.
Well, the practice for the last 2 cycles we had was, we had a WhatsApp group. And what I would do is, I would communicate with all the team members before submitting the report that this is the report, please look into it, review, and then come back.
Absolutely.
And after the jury meeting, I would update them that this is the status.
This is the
so
decision.
they are part of the group. So I think it's the responsibility of the team leader as well.
The normal process everyone follows. I think that
exactly.
Yeah, but then if this is the process, and team leaders are following, then team members are responsible to know that information also.
100%. Very true. 100%.
Definitely.
Exactly.
That is how it should be anyway.
Absolutely. Also, why we ask the team members to look into that, sometimes spelling mistakes, some small things that the team member can identify, then before submit the final one. Sometimes also we have the challenges that if unfortunately some team leader, I don't know if they're too busy or they're not bothered, they're not responsible, then why do you take such a job as a team leader or take this thing? You are really burdening your team members and
I think
others,
so,
you know.
all communications with the award office, team members have to be marked a copy. That is a prerequisite. That is understood to be done.
Absolutely.
Someone is not doing it, should be doing it.
Exactly, because also remember that we're working as a team, and if everybody aware, I don't need to communicate 3 times or two times for each time. I will be able to keep everybody in the same page. It will make life much easier, right? Sorry, Jasim, go ahead. I see you raise hand.
Yes, yes, Miss Sue.
Yeah.
Are you copying me?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
yes,
go ahead.
Yeah. So I have
nice
one of the concern. I saw that before.
Yeah.
That you know, I saw we give a rating, and then we go back and they said how you give those guys more than last year, and last year they got less or more, and then they judge us about, you know, we will be controlled by, you know, previous. We should improve them. We should, you know, motivate them to continue. So this is not acceptable. I saw some you know, some colleagues, they rate one of the companies, and then we said, oh my God, how they give him this rate?
We're saying what we say. We say that's why if you notice, we say we do not say look at last year's report, because each year it's like the company is attending a competition for this year based on what they submitted, based on what evidence they submitted, based on the team interaction during the site visit. So their performance is for the current cycle. Their past performance does not guarantee the future performance. Their past performance, if it's not well, doesn't mean that the current cycle wouldn't be well. So we don't want to be impacted by that. And
I think that is also why we decided, Sue, that each company will apply once in 2 years, because they cannot be applying every year. And then they have this dilemma, like Jasim is saying.
Yeah. Also remember one thing as well. When the when they submit through our general observation is companies mostly when they participate in multiple times, they are improving. But we did have case where the company dropping the entire staff back. Can you imagine? That's a huge. But in this case, usually what we do, we also will talk to the team to make sure that this drop back is really based on their performance drop. That's not because our current cycle assessors did not do a good job or the previous cycle assessors did not do a fair job. This is what we want to make sure. So that's why when we do the assessment, we said everyone has to be in a kind of a similar fair way, because if you are too strict, he's too lenient, then the same company or similar performance could show totally different. Then this will be a question mark in the head of the company to see, are you really serious? Are these real qualified assessors to actually assess me? You know what I mean? Okay, so I will not carry too much, what you call this, you know, discussion. We will be discuss that for sure. We will be going on that one. Here, I will not go over those details, but I want to highlight a few things. Number one, when we receive the document, please, each person, we have to study the whole thing. It's not Sue only do the results, and Ahna only do the criteria 1, then Madan doing criteria 2 only. No, we do the whole thing. Why? Because maybe in certain area, I saw things that Ahna did not see, or she saw something I totally missed out. That's why we need to make sure each of us doing our own assessment. Then we meet. We discuss, we highlight what are the issues, what are the things we want to verify during site visit. Based on the issues we identified, we can come up with the questions we want to ask and who will be asking those questions during the site visit, right? Then we want to make sure that when we're doing the site visit or before planning the site visit, we usually internally we agree maybe 2 to 3 dates or option dates to give to the company. So hopefully they will choose those dates will be convenient for all our team members. But again, those dates has to be suitable for the company in their working hours. Not to say, I wanted the Friday, so because Friday is suitable for me, the company is closed. What's the point? Who are we seeing there, right? Then when we talk about the situation, sometimes the company provided information, but there's something obviously missing, or certain things really we want to make sure the company submit in order for us to give them proper assessment. So after you've done the desktop assessment or during that time, if something so obviously the company should submit, you can request the team leader on behalf of the team. You can request that the company please provide additional information in this area, or provide this document. So the Taqdeer office can follow up with the company to ensure they receive this before the site visit. During the site visit, sometimes they also want to show you maybe even their system or whatever thing they want to show you. But we advise company do not show too many new things during site visit where the team has to digest the entire report while they're reading, which is just too time consuming. So we say to them, trying to put everything in your application. And if something you have to highlight during site visits, you do so as well. Then, of course, when we do site visit, we have to put the site visit plan. You already gone through that before. We even shared the template with you before. And then the site visit usually is a full day because we want to cover different things. We want to cover the management team. We want to cover the accommodation. We want to cover one of the project side or work side or the factory or whatever. Sometimes we even want to cover their physical training facility where they build things or do things. Whatever really critical for that company that's relevant, you can decide where you want to visit, right? Then one thing, consensus meeting. When do you do consensus meeting? Imagine the team has done a whole day of site visits and it says we spend an hour for our consensus meeting on the same day. You have too much information you haven't digested. You will not be able to have consensus of all the details and the scoring and all this. So usually we see consensus meeting, you schedule very closely to the actual site visit so you don't forget what you've done and all the notes there can readable by your own handwriting. At the same time, the consensus meeting should give sufficient time. Not because you know, we only have 2 hours time or whatever the time schedule or restraint. So, okay, I do not agree with you on that, but never mind, it's compromise. Then it's not fair. It's not responsible towards this company, right? So this is what we need to agree. These are the details. You can read about it on your own. I will not really kind of read through everything for you. But again, final report and the final score is a consensus, means all the team member has agreed on. Okay, please keep that. Then the principles, these are the common ones. You know, you have to be fair, you have to be ethical, you have to be honest, you do not make judgments, you know, all this. Again, I will not pay attention to this. I cannot emphasize enough about confidentiality. Each year, we have team, they discuss about their assessing to with other people. It's not fair. We promise companies never this is going to happen. So even Sue's assigned to team A, Kasim assigned to team B, Sue and Kasim at home, we do not discuss our companies and finding. We only discuss with our own team members that assigned to that team. Please. The confidentiality is basic requirements, and this is a part of the ethics and a part of the things that is given we have to do. So please do not discuss with your best friend, your best whoever. Okay, please do that. And please do work as a team. We are, you know, professional assessors. We're not kindergartens. Imagine last cycle, I have to solving a fight between team leader and team member, and they take things very personal. I said, doesn't matter, maybe we have a disagreement, maybe it's not the best person I can work with or I like to work with, but we're already in a team that's work as a professional, finish our job. Maybe in the future I don't need to work with her again or with him again, right? So let's be that way. So of course, when we do assignments or the team selection, we look at different things, experience, qualification, etc. But again, not everyone get a perfect team. This is something you will have more experience to tell me in a way. There are the people I really do not want to work with. There are the people I love to work with them. So these are the things we need to keep in mind. Let's be a good team member if we're part of the team. If I'm a team leader, let's be a good team leader. Let's do a good job with whatever the team we're assigned with. Yeah. So, and there are different characteristics. I don't want to do more of that. So these are the one highlighted in blue, especially. Please do. I see people raising hand. Go ahead. Atik, you first, then Jasim. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, let's tell the teams that it's a short-term marriage for you, you know,
Exactly.
for a month or two.
Exactly.
And then
Bear with it.
You have to go through it. That's it.
Bear with it. You can divorce afterwards.
Exactly.
I like that. Jasim, yeah, you want to say something? Oh, I like it. Yeah. Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, just I will try to remind you guys. So try to not exchange, you know, the business cards or full names.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I face a problem. Then one of the companies they tried to chase me from LinkedIn because they catch my family name.
Okay.
And then they want to communicate, and they give me some kind of you know, friendly chat. I said I could not make any help they need. I said I cannot give you any advice or help before you know we finish the assessment. So
remember,
something like that could happen.
Okay, so as Jasim saying, remember some of our those companies, they are more efficient than the police. They will track you down. They will get to you. So again, back to the ethics again. We're not allowed to discuss of the outcome or the findings. We're not allowed to discuss the scoring until the award office officially announcing that, right? We're not allowed to, there are in our, remember every year before we start, we're signing the code of conduct. There says also we're not allowed to approach them to do work and those because conflict of interest in a way, right? Okay, this is more interesting, more fun. This is the time you're going to share your painful, you know, assessment experience. What kind of assessors, based on your experience, even this word or other word, what kind of assessors you would love to have on your team, or what kind of ones you really, really hate to have on your team? These are the things that in a way to remind us all what are the good, you know, assessors which people love to work with. What are the assessors that people really have difficulty or can't looking forward to divorce immediately after the assessment cycle, right? So these are the things. Where's the team? Please remind them to share business. Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, so yeah. So which are the things that, or the type of assessor you really love to work with? Example, I love to work with assessors who are really open to share and willing to work with a team, and we all committed. We all supporting each other. This is something that we would like to feel we are part of a team that go beyond just this one assessment or beyond this. You really enjoy that experience, right? There are the type of assessors that I do not like to work with, that they let me down the last minute. Example, we agreed this is what we're going to do. We're going to meet and we're discussing. Then they came in and they didn't do anything, or they delayed things, or they're missing the targets, or they're missing the deadline. Or I have seen a team, imagine the team agreed that tomorrow we're going to do our site visits. Everybody already had their roles. Everybody already agreed on things. Then 10 minutes before the starting, or 20 minutes before start of the site visit, this person, sorry, due to personal reason, I'm not coming. What personal reason? I understand if you have an emergency, something beyond your control, of there's a car accident or some kind of thing really unfortunate, that you have no option. But if it's just because I'm not interested, I'm not engaged, I'm not committed, then it's not fair. You let down of your entire team, and they have no option to take plan B anymore, because everything last minute, they couldn't do anything anymore. Absolutely. Commit to the award process, commit to the time, and willing to have an open mind. Absolutely. We're saying if you cannot do a good job, if you do not want to take this job, then don't do it. It's much better to say that this cycle I'm busy, or for whatever reason, I prefer not to be. That will perfectly fine. We still love you as a friend. We still love you as, you know, our colleague, but do not let us down when we are already in the race, remember, because it's a team effort. And it's a small team. That's one person causing, or one person really that down, the other two really suffer a lot. And remember, the output of the thing and the company, are we get fair assessment, could be an issue. who are open and share the feedback report. I do not get feedback report from my both team leaders. Team leaders share. This is your team efforts. But as team leader, I share the feedback because I understand importance. Absolutely. You see, this is what's good, what is not good, right? I would work with successors who are team players, contribute to be serious about. You see, this is one of the major reasons for all of us want to be part of this. We want to really learn, right? Learn from each other, learn through the experience and enjoy the experience and become stronger and better as assessment, right? Because not be busy. Not busy, sorry, about being assessor, not a busy or people who do not want to travel with this. I'm too busy. I don't want to put efforts and I do not want to meet. In the old days, yeah, we had the case. No, you only meet within the 5 minutes or 10 minutes from my work radius. Come on, we had the team member drive all the way from Abu Dhabi to Dubai. We have team member coming from, we have to be compromised. We have to be facilitated to see what is really working better for the member. Imagine a working mom coming all the way from Dubai, from Abu Dhabi and driving to Sharjah, or should we meet in the border between Abu Dhabi and Dubai to make life easier for her? Example, you know, we have to be considerate for our own team members. Absolutely. Any other pen? Any other perfect experience, enjoyable experience that you might have? That's all. So the concern is commitment. Concern is working as a team. Concern is that team leaders sharing information with each other, right? Time and efforts, supporting each other, right? Okay, there's another one in the chat. Huh? What's that? Abir, you want to say something? Because I saw a message. Hello, anything else added? You want to move on?
I think you summarized it clearly, so let's move on.
Move on, okay. Yeah, that's one of the one of the challenges because I don't have a facial, you know, expression or something like that. The do and the don'ts, remember? The do's mostly about putting the efforts. Do's is about being professional from the look to the conduct. Do about the confidentiality, about our honest and fair assessment, about working as a team, about doing the things right, the report, no spelling mistakes, no so obvious wrong information in it. Sometimes we see things that has nothing to do with Taqdeer. I don't know how they even mention, copy paste into the report. This is a disaster. Or sometimes we're saying that the things contradict with each other. On the top, you're saying the strengths, and the same thing underneath, you say it's an area of improvement. Then which one? Or you have a score very high and you have very little strengths and tons of area of improvement. Now, how did you give such a high score? This is an obvious mistake that should not even happen in the real assessment. This is critical, you know. And having your assessment report in a professional way in writing. Please do not writing a word that looks so unprofessional, because that's no matter how great work your team did, if your report goes back to the company, does not represent the level or the professionalism for your team, this is how you will be judged as the thing. Go ahead, Atik, if you want to speak. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what I have learned is that you need to use some tools to make your report better. First of all, you use Grammarly. It's free. And anybody can basically download and then use it with your Word and Excel and all those things. And that helps a lot. It takes all your grammatical mistakes instantly, and then it tells you where your problems are. So that's very good.
I use that
for
too.
everybody.
Yeah.
I think all the team leaders should do that.
Okay. Okay, everybody heard that? You can download Grammarly to do your spell check. Yes. Very good. Yeah. Okay. So what are the don'ts? Don'ts mostly about, remember, business cards, self-marketing, provide false or misleading information. Do not say things that is not factual or assumption that you assume. Yeah, and make sure that we study the document thoroughly. Imagine that you are saying something that this company does not have and actually provide you with real information and evidence. Then they will say, they didn't even read our application. They didn't even study that. How these people come into assess? They didn't do their real homework proper, right? And do not let our emotion to influence our judgment. Do not become personal. Do not become, clouded when we do the assessment. And do not share details with others. And also remember, after site visit, do not ask for additional document. Do not ask them to email you additional results, email you additional document. No. Any document required prior to the site visit. During site visit, they can show you things, but after site visit, no more document allowed to access. Please, please, please. Okay, and the site visit schedule, these are the things that usually I share with you in advance. You can customize the way you want, right? For your team, whatever relevant depends on the application. But generally, you need to cover the relevant criteria and elements. Now, about scoring. The assessment for criteria 1 and 2, I'm sorry, because we involve everyone in the activity. So today we may use a little bit more time if you don't mind. I think it's beneficial for, but we will control the time from now. Okay, for the measure of criteria 1 and 2, 5 levels of measurement, never implemented, rarely implemented, sometimes, mostly, and always. Always is when there's a lot of evidence clearly indicates that this criteria area is a practice throughout the organization, and it happens in most of the time and in a systematic way, right? Once come to never means there's really hardly anything to prove that or to show it. If there's only a few, 1 or 2 evidence, this could be rarely. Again, when you do your scoring, you choose the level first, then your team can discuss on the final, what is that 5%, is that 25%, because this makes a big difference. So this is where the team has to agree on as consensus, right? But if the team, example, some members say mostly implemented and one member say really, then there's a major gap between those. This is some kind of understanding or something totally different. Then you have to really ask, why do you think this way? Why do you think that way? So we make sure that we don't have a major misunderstanding or misevaluation or assessment when it comes to the same company by end of the day, right? This is just a paper shape, but everything's online, so don't worry about that. Now, once come to the results, we have 5 different ways, different area, but different than the criteria 1, 2. Here we talk about scope and relevance. Scope and relevance, once come to the survey, we talk about how did the survey design, what kind of perception elements they included in the survey, what kind of sample size, is this sample size representative of the organization and representative of labor workforce? Example, are we only survey the employee from one location or one project, or are we covering all? Are we surveying only from office staff and above? Or are we surveying all the employees, representatives from the different segments of the employee groups? What's the frequency? What's the language we use to carry out, right? Then once come to the scope and the relevance, once come to the performance measures there, we're talking about, are they having a set of relevant key results related to Taqdeer that's presenting there? Remember one of the members talked about earlier that we have to comprehensive, and it has to be a balanced kind of measures covering different fields or different areas, right? Integrated means survey results are timely, reliable, and accurate. How do we ensure that the people are not filling the survey by the supervisor on pencil and pen on behalf of the employee without employee knowing, example? Performance reports should be really reliable and accurate. Remember one member saying, when the raw data, make sure that what is telling you the percentage is more or less the truth, not something they're faking it, yeah? Segmentation results are properly segmented based on meaningful insight relevant to the company. Trends, do they have any trends, positive trends? Again, we said some area negative doesn't mean it's bad. That negative means good, then that is also okay. Targets, do they have relevant target sets, right? So these are the 5 key areas when we're assessing the results. So when we're assessing results, we want to look at the scope and the relevance. We'll say, is that able to demonstrate? Is that mostly, sometimes, really, or always? Based on that, we give the actual scoring, right? So keep in mind, I cannot stress more enough, that result take 50% of the entire thing. So when we scoring results, we have to be very careful that we do not make major gaps or errors whereby this organization performance could be totally, you know, scaled upwards or downwards accordingly. Yeah, the report, I think you already experienced that. However, each cycle we're seeing some very professional reports, and each cycle we're seeing some very, very poor reports. When we talk about reports, when you talk about strengths and area for improvement, we want complete write-ups, not no evidence showing so and so. No, this, we're not talking about 5 words. We're not talking about PowerPoints, bullet points, very limited words. Here you want to let people understand when you see strengths, what did this company did well in this specific area. And most likely from the application, you will find all this information using similar terms and words they use, right? Or at least refer to the things that they're doing well. That if area for improvement, also make it clear, they will understand what is the real gap there. But it does not mean we dictate or suggest this is the way it should be. Example, if they have a gap in the area of communication, we don't say that the company must implement an open door policy, whatever. Maybe they have a different communication channel methods more effective for their communication. So we highlight where the performance gaps. Another thing for the report, please, 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 team leaders. Company name, please fill in it. The star rating, please fill it. Because very often, because the template, they left a lot of empty space by mistake, not because they didn't want to, but they missed out. Or example, total score missing. Or maybe the criteria score, they kept it as a sample score, not the actual score for the report. Or maybe when we look at the actual scoring on the chart, you can right click and change the data. Some people, they forget, so they use the default one. That is not really reflecting this specific company's report, right? Then also sample report writing. When we talk about report writing, some people have different, yes, absolutely. This one I cannot stress more than enough. As Sumita saying, we have to make sure never ever copy paste from previous assessment. Also do not copy paste from the assessment of other companies you're assessing. Maybe they have similar issues, but I would not advise you copy paste, because very often copy paste, you may forgot certain things in. Sometimes we have seen even they put the wrong name of the company in, or sometimes we can tell this statement is not from Taqdeer word, it's from another business excellence word or other word, because they mention things that is not relevant in Taqdeer. These are the things very, very careful, because these are the things that really damage the whole reputation of, or the confidence of your team's efforts and assessment. So when we talk about the executive summary, again, the executive summary usually about 1 page, maximum 2 pages, things related to the highlights of the key findings of your assessment. So here we highlight the top strengths or the top area of improvements based on our findings. And we do not spend too much time on the, you know, how did we do, where did we go? Well, these are very very general information. You only spend very time. Okay. Yeah, I know some people have to go earlier. So yes, if you have other engagement, please go ahead. We will be finishing very, very soon now. Okay, any suggestions in best practice in professional assessment report writing? Because this is a challenge with many teams we have seen. They're using the wrong wording sometimes. They're using those must have, you must do, you know, this one is totally wrong, is not accurate. Do not use those words that do not provide specifics. Do not use vague words. Do not use jargons. People will be confused. Whatever reports you're going to write back, these are the things that the company management team can read and identify things, corrective actions or improvement actions. That is very important. All right. Anything to suggest here? We're nearly done, by the way. So this is whoever the member can stay, let's share those information who help. Maybe some members need more help in the area of report writing. Absolutely.
I think
yeah, we can discuss, yes. Yeah, companies should benefit from feedback report, absolutely. And also use the uniform way. Example, if we refer to this company, better to use the company name or the abbreviation. Example, Adico or whatever the company. but do not one place is the applicant, another place the company, the third place is after 10, the third place is so and so. It creates confusion. Or sometimes you and your organization. Let's use uniform to use the company as their name or the abbreviation of their name, right? This is much easier this way. Yes, go ahead. Sorry, Madam. Any other ones? What are the things to avoid if you want to? If it's not the best practice, what are the worst practice example? Quiet. Should we move on? You want to move on if no input? Okay. Halas, I will move on. Yeah. So example, these are some of the report writing. So really you're talking about one short paragraph of a few sentences highlighting what this company do well with their specifics, right? This is what we're talking about. So this is what we're talking about when you write a report, not, 5 words, that's it. That's my bullet point. Okay, now we will not do the exercise anymore because in our, with the new assessors team, we did the actual practical exercises. So we'll not worry about that. Now, the frequent asked questions, these are the ones that you can look at your ledger. And there, some of those are very important for assessors, especially the later parts. And there are also a few addressing the specific unique areas or the special unique situations. These are the ones where whenever your assessment team, remember I will be there if you need any advisory related to the criteria or very unique company situation, that the team leader can always talk to me. Then we work together, figure out together. So don't worry, I will be there with you throughout the periods when we do the assessment. And one of the things, example, if this company does not provide accommodation, but this company provide allowance, what do I do? This happened before, so we discuss on what's best the situation and how the way we handle that, right? So finally, this one I'd like you to take a picture of or take a contact of. These are the Taqdeer office coordinators, Maktoum, Anis, these are the ones coordinating with the companies. So example, I don't know who will be the one assigning the online login and all this. So when we need those, when we have concerns, we need to communicate with them. When you have assessment related, or you have some really technical issues with your team or whatever, you can always reach to me. I think all of you have my contact already, right? Great.
Sue, we cannot see that screen, Sue.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, 1 second. Is my screen not shared?
No.
Oh, thank you for.
I'm still seeing Taqdeer Award online assessment system.
Really?
Yeah.
Can anyone see that? Oh, wait a minute. Do I have how many sharing?
Yeah, for a few more minutes ago, we have been saying only that.
Yeah, it's stuck. That screen is stuck.
Oh, really? Okay, 1 second now. Let me stop sharing, then reshare again. Oh, thank you for informing me because I didn't know that. Can you see now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the feedback. I thought everybody see what I'm saying, These are the content. Take a picture or take a screenshot of that because these are the ones later on you might need to use. But again, when the team assignment and all this later on, I will try to keep you notified. And of course, later on, before we start the team assignments, I usually will talk to you one by one to see that you have no conflict of interest and some document to sign. So we'll coordinate. Most likely, I will come back to you maybe after the middle of September, which may be the 3rd week to 4th week of September, when the company application coming and all this, then I will keep touch with, team members and assessors. We will engage you into the team assignment and move on of the others. All right. Any other questions you might have or any concerns, anything that you want to share before we finish today? Anyone?
No, so thank you so much. It's been a lovely session and very, very informative and useful, and it's a good refresher. Thanks so much for that.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I really hope this one will help the assessors team to make their life easier. You know, each year we have seen challenges between different teams. Some team fantastic, some team has real challenges. So this is what, okay, thank you, Smita. Yeah, great. Thank you so much for your time and attention. And this really be useful. And I will share, someone asking about the video. I will try to download that and see how I'm going to make the video shareable. Then I will see what we can do with that. All right.